Welcome to today's session. We can start with a quick round of introduction. All the students can write their country name and about themselves and their skill sets. Majorly, I want to know your background, whether how many of you are coming from a Java background, how many of you have idea about Maven framework for dependency management, and in that term, so that I can accordingly take my today's session. All right, so everyone can write their introduction in the chat, or if someone wants to speak up, they can unmute and talk about their experience and this is skill sets. Yeah, hi Tom. Hi Tom Spencer. You can start like.
So I kept on typing and then I pressed shift and tried to press enter to add more, but it kept on. So it's Tom Spencer, Java background about 2 years, no computer science, but keen to learn about Spring. Had some lessons with Ted Young, who's been very helpful, and Wim de Blauw, who was teaching me about Timeleaf, but very keen to learn about Spring. So it's mainly been testing so far, like cucumber testing, but I really want to get good at Spring context and all of that.
Nice. So today's session will help you gain good hands-on with Spring Boot, Spring Cloud, and Spring Security, and also AOP. So today it will be about fundamentals in Spring Boot, and tomorrow it will be about Spring Cloud, Spring AOP, Spring Security. Yeah, so these things. And also if additional time permits, I'll take on some additional modules which are not in the curriculum.
Great. So that's Spring Boot, Spring Cloud, and what's the other one? Spring Security.
Yeah, you'll get the once everyone has introduced, I'll just read everyone's introduction and give walkthrough of the curriculum, like what all will be covered.
Lovely.
Is my audio clear?
Yeah, it is for me. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'm just using an extended screen. So my laptop is here, my screen is here. So that's why you are seeing this way. Since someone is here, Spring Boot experience. It's clear. All right. Has everyone given their introduction? Okay, people are still typing. Let's wait. Omar from Germany. Okay. Students are still joining in. Just let's have the introductory round meanwhile. All right, I'll introduce myself. Hi, my name is Samarth Narula, and I'm going to be your instructor for this course. I have more than 5 years of experience in IT industry, and currently I'm working as a principal software engineer for Atlin. And previously I worked as a senior software engineer for Here Technologies, staff consultant for Oracle, and software engineer for Accenture. All right, I'll start by sharing my screen. I'll turn off my camera now. A quick confirmation if you can see my screen.
Yep.
All right. So this is the day one agenda. Today we are going to cover Spring Boot fundamentals. In fundamentals, we're going to learn about, like, first of all, basic introduction to Spring Boot, then how we can use dev tools for rapid application development, then how we can use actuators for monitoring performance of our Spring Boot application or web apps. Then you're going to learn profiling. Basically, profiling means how you can have environment specific properties into property files. Then model design, which is how you design your Pojo classes in Spring Boot. Then Lombok Framework, so how you can leverage the Lombok Framework to avoid boilerplate code. Controller tier, Here you will learn how you can create controller classes, how you can create API methods, how you can test your APIs, and different annotations around it. Then you're going to learn about Swagger UI. So we are going to learn about Swagger Fox. So the dependency that I'm using is Swagger Fox. And Swagger Fox is supported till Spring Boot version 2.5.6. After Spring Boot version 2.5.6, pivotal guys who have made the Spring Boot framework have basically removed the support for Swagger Fox. You will find different issues if you use Swagger Fox. So it's recommended that if you're using Spring Boot version 2.5.6 and above, basically 2.5.6 above till 2.5.6 it's supported. Any version above 2.5.6, you need to use Swagger doc dependency and build your Swagger UI, or you can say API documentation. Next is advanced concept implementation in controller tier. Here we'll focus on some design patterns. Basically, we are going to implement builder design pattern, telescoping constructor design pattern, and we're going to do all of this by using Lombok annotations. Next is understanding the service tier, how we can create service classes to place our business logic. And next is introduction to embedded database H2. So we're going to use embedded database H2 so that we don't have to waste time during the session in data cleanup that we usually do when we use other databases. Then what are entity classes? Basically, entity classes, you're going to learn like how you can map your Java Pojo classes to your database tables. Then you're going to learn about JPA, how you can use JPA to perform CRUD operation onto your database entities, or we can say database tables. Then exception handling in Spring Boot. This will be the basic one, like understanding difference between compile time, runtime exception. I know it's a Java topic, but this was required for an advanced topic, which is specific to Spring Boot, which is exception handler in Spring Boot. So I'll be teaching you how you can handle exceptions, how you can create custom exceptions, and something very unique, which is exception handler in Spring Boot. So internally it uses AOP. So we just need to learn today how to use the exception handler, or we can say the wrapper annotations provided by Spring Boot for exception handler. And tomorrow we'll learn about AOP. Then we are going to learn about Microstream. As you must be aware, this training has been funded by Microstream. And today, along with Spring Boot, by the end, you'll be also learning Spring Boot Microstream project, which I have created, and one project which they have provided me lately for this year, which is having the latest Microstream dependency, which is released this year. Okay. Is everyone clear with the agenda for the session, for today's session?
Yeah, that seems like a really good list. Do we get a copy of this list? Can you send that to us?
This is for teaching purpose. You have been given the topics on the universe page, like the
excellent. It's on the universe page. Thanks.
Yeah. Next is I'll also walk you through what you're going to learn tomorrow. So tomorrow you're going to learn Spring Boot advanced concepts, which involves building an auditing system by using Spring Boot AOP. You're going to learn Hibernate annotations. So you're going to learn how to use one-to-one mapping annotation, many-to-one, one-to-many, and many-to-many mapping annotations. Then you're also going to learn Spring Security. In Spring Security, you're going to learn form-based security and how you can enable authentication and authorization and various mechanisms for that. For this, yesterday I read one more blog, which is lately launched with the latest version of Spring Boot. I'll share that blog with you. It's just launched with the latest version. There is a new update, even better way. But I'm yet to try it, so I'll share the blog with you. Okay. Next is Spring Cloud modules. In Spring Cloud modules, you're going to learn about configuration management, how you can use config server and config client to have centralized configuration management, basically externalize your configurations to a GitHub repo. So that's about the advanced part. So today, let's get started with the day one Spring Boot fundamentals. So in order to be successful in this course, you should have workable knowledge of core Java. This is expected from you. Next is you should have the softwares installed. So we're going to use JDK 8. So I expect that you install JDK 8 for this session. And you have Eclipse IDE, because Lombok will not work properly with the IntelliJ IDE, with some latest versions of IntelliJ IDE, or you'll have to tweak something, or you'll have to go to the IntelliJ marketplace and install the Lombok plugin. But you might face issues with IntelliJ and DevTools, because in IntelliJ you have the autosave feature. Next is you should have some basic idea about Maven framework. So these are the expectations that you should have, like prerequisites for this course. All right, let's get started. Introduction to Spring Boot. Agenda. Introduction to Spring Boot. So what is Spring Boot? Spring is a framework. Boot means bootstrap. That means you can easily bootstrap your microservice applications by using Spring Boot framework. So Spring Boot is a framework, and it's very easy to create microservice applications by using Spring Boot framework. And these microservices are easily deployable on different clouds. So you can easily deploy the Spring Boot application which you have built it. You can easily deploy the microservice application which you have built it using the Spring Boot framework on Pivotal Cloud Foundry, AWS, GCP, Azure, onto any cloud. Like on AWS, you can spin a EC2, you can deploy there. You can wrap your Spring Boot application with the Kubernetes deployment file service load balancer and deploy that to an AWS EKS cluster or GKS or AKS cluster, basically. Then it's very easy to configure database connections in Spring Boot. Like you can very easily connect to any database if you're using Spring Boot. You can monitor the performance of your Spring Boot application by using actuators. And it's very easy to write deployment files when you're creating an application with Spring Boot. So why to learn Spring Boot? I think these reasons were enough, but let me again just reiterate it, because it's very easy to build microservice applications with Spring Boot. It's very easy. Like you can just learn Spring Boot in 2 days, which you're going to do in today and tomorrow in these sessions. And you can start building microservices. You can start building APIs, and you can start selling APIs for some additional income if you like. And it is the most popular enterprise application development framework. So it will also help you get good job. And it helps you to write high performant, easily testable, clean, reusable, and maintainable code. So if your office is not using Spring Boot, and if you start building Spring Boot application, they'll find it high performant, easily testable, clean, reusable, and maintainable. And it's easy to explain the Spring Boot application code to other engineers, and they understand it very fast. And on top of that, it's easily deployable on different clouds. So let's understand the difference between microservice and monolithic service. So this is a microservice.
I have one question. Can I ask in between?
Yes, Rahul. Let me complete this explanation.
Okay.
You can raise hand. I think there is an option, right? There is no option here to raise hand. Just let me complete this. I'll inform you about the Q&A. Then we can start.
Sure.
All right. Monolithic service architecture. So in a monolithic application architecture, you can imagine I'm going to explain you monolithic application architecture with help of this e-commerce application. We have this e-commerce application which has these two functionalities, which has the payment functionality and add to cart functionality, and you have your user interface. All right. So whenever your customer makes a payment request, it goes to this application, or we can say this, this e-commerce application, which is a monolithic application. Whenever customer wants to add an item to the cart, the API request goes to this, again, the same application. So this kind of an architecture is a monolithic architecture, because both the functionalities are part of the same application, or you can say same web service. Now in a microservice architecture, you decouple these two functionalities into two separate microservices. So the advantage of having microservice architecture is that even if your payment service is down, your customers will still be able to add items to the cart. So this is the advantage of decoupling your application. And when you decouple your applications and build small applications, those are your microservice applications. Now, what are the characteristics of Spring Boot? So one of the characteristics of Spring Boot is it is opinionated framework. So there are many opinions about it. And you start with something because there is something called Spring Initializer, which helps you to bootstrap your application from scratch. So you start with something, you don't have to build everything from scratch. And definitely if you start with something, you can tweak it later based on your requirements. And these Spring Boot applications are also standalone applications. Basically, if you add the web dependency, you get the embedded Tomcat server. So you don't need to build the jar or war and deploy to an external server. So that's why your Spring Boot applications are also standalone applications. And the applications built with Spring Boot application, with Spring Boot framework, are production ready because you can easily deploy it on different clouds. So this is the next one. Let me increase the size of this. How Spring Boot is better than Initial Spring Framework. So Initial Spring Framework was a huge framework. It had multiple setup steps, multiple configuration steps. Handling dependency management was also very difficult when the project grows in size. So Spring Boot has solved these problems. Basically, it has abstracted out these steps. Now we have we have very few configurations, very few things that we have to do, and most of the things are handled at the framework level. So we can say Spring Boot will abstract out these steps so that we developers can now focus on the business logic rather than focusing on writing the configurations. So this is how Spring Boot is better than Initial Spring Framework. All right, Q&A time. Rahul, you can ask your question.
No, I guess so. The last tip, this slide answered my question. So I wanted to ask. I mean, we have already Spring MVC framework. Then why we're using the Spring Boot
So
as? I
see,
mean,
MVC is
yeah.
for this. MVC is also like you can build using Spring Boot framework MVC projects. MVC means you're building your view also using Spring Boot, like using Timely for some other dependency.
Okay, so internally Spring Boot using Spring MVC as well.
Yes. So let me show
Yeah.
you one of my project on Spring MVC. You can just clone it later, but it might not work because the data that it was referring has been taken down.
Okay.
So you have to fake the data. So I had built this coronavirus tracker during the COVID to help people understand the spread of the virus. So I was using some of the MIT APIs, I believe, some of the APIs which are provided by a known organization. And these APIs had helped me to find, get the data, and I was displaying that data using Timeleaf.
Okay.
So I'll share this link, but you'll face issues if you'll, clone this project because the API said it was referring, I think, have been taken down. Let me share it to everyone.
So Samarth,
Alright.
here is one question. So
Yeah.
basically, see, in microservices, as you said, like if any one of the services is down, then it can be easily be handled carefully. Okay. So, but the thing is, like in a monolithic architecture, if we deploy the same application in a 2 3 different bare metal, okay,
Mhm.
and then why can't it be handled the same case in monolithic? So that is my question. So
See,
how come the
definitely,
microservices
if you have a
very
good
easy?
release management, you can handle, not releasing
Mhm.
bad deployments. That's there.
Mhm.
But if you decouple, it is even more safer. Why? Because let's say for some reason your deployment strategy, even if you use Canary deployment strategy, it has still, deployed the wrong application, or the functionality is breaking, or your application is not running. Okay. And somehow your Canary analysis template has failed, or whatever you're using. Okay, Kubernetes space, I know one analysis template using this Argo rollouts. So similarly, even if it fails, even if this goes down, at least your customers will be able to add the items to cart. If both are part of one, and if this fails, your entire both the functionalities goes down, right? So it's having high
Mhm.
impact on your business.
Yeah,
Just
that's
having
what. No, no, no. My question is, see, the in the monolithic architecture, if we deploy those services in a bare metal,
I got your
okay,
point. Bare
it's
metal means directly on the server.
directly on the 2 3 services on the server on a different server, okay,
Got
not on
it.
the
Two,
same
three different racks of machines.
racks of machine, correct? So if we deploy over there, so if any one service is down, other two will take care of the systems, right?
That depends.
So
If you're
then,
having different versions, let's say you have a bad deployment into your one machine, so that one machine will go down, other two machines will be up. Then your load balancer has to take care whether it's redirecting to the correct where your application is running correctly.
mhm. Yeah, yeah. So that's why. So then, what difference in adapting the microservice architecture?
So it's just a decoupling. Like for any reason, let's say you don't have bare metal, and you have scalability, but there is only one deployment which scales your let's say you have Kubernetes based
Entire
application. Okay.
service.
Mhm.
Okay.
Got it. You have
Deploying
Kubernetes
entire
based.
service, yeah, deploying entire service in one bare metal only, that would create a problem.
See, more of microservices are meant for cloud. Bare metal it's getting out of the market because it's very costly to have those kind of deployments, on-premise deployments or bare metal deployments. See, before there was bare metal, then came this hypervisor concept, which enabled virtualization on the bare metal, right? Using VMware hypervisor and other softwares. Then
Yeah,
came
but still it
Docker.
is, see, we say cloud, cloud, cloud. So, but still the cloud is nothing but a bare metal only.
Correct, but now the responsibility of keeping it up is with the cloud vendor, right? So your customers, if your application, if let's say there is an outage in AWS, you blame AWS. You don't blame yourself. Your customers cannot blame you. So your relation remains good with your customer. You still get the business.
So you mean to say just for the transferring the
No, not just
responsibility
that,
and
and the
just
cost is also low, right? If you think practically, owning machines is a huge cost, and if you're a startup, you can easily use cloud and pay for what you use. And if your startup has not worked, you can just terminate your applications or services which you're using, and you can cut down the cost. Correct.
okay.
And with AWS, you're getting wide variety of servers, different machines, different operating systems. Everything is handled by them. With bare metal, you have to have a people who can do everything: the networking, the handle your hardware, your installations, the software. So it's a different thing, right?
Yes, yes, yes.
So you're having huge cost if you're having bare metal. Bare metal is going out of market slowly, like because these responsibilities are taken care by the cloud vendors. They have their servers in different locations in world, which they call regions. Then they have availability zones in that regions, and they have the machines, physical machines located there. Obviously, they'll not give the address for the security purpose, but they have their machines there, right? So if we see
Yeah.
before in the market, there was bare metal, then came virtualization, which enabled virtualizing your bare metal so that you can use one server as multiple servers and deploy multiple applications. Then came Docker in the market, which helped you to containerize your application and build images which are independently deployable wherever Docker engine can be installed. Then came Kubernetes to handle communication or to restrict communication, to help you scale your application and to do various other things and manage and group your applications together or your containers together in pods. Then came Helm charts, which basically help you to centralize your Kubernetes configuration into external files so that you don't have to modify the complex charts. You can modify the Helm values file. And now what's the next thing in the market? Let me tell you this. Now, next thing is virtual clusters. You must be aware about virtualization on bare metal. So on Kubernetes cluster also virtualization is possible, which is called vCluster, which is the next
Yeah,
big
yeah,
thing in the market.
yeah,
And
yeah,
world will move to that in next 30 years or 20 years.
yeah,
I have done it with the Loft vCluster product. There is also open source vCluster product, but I've not tried that. All right, continuing with the session. All right. Next session, next topic is hands-on introduction to Spring Initializer and creating a project with Spring Initializer. So let's go here. Let's go to Spring Initializer. We'll have a Q&A time later, guys. Now we need to also move with the session.
yeah, understood. Yeah.
All right. So this is Spring Initializer web application, and we can use this to bootstrap our skeleton Spring Boot project. So very first option that we see is whether we want to generate a Maven project or a Gradle project. So we'll choose Maven. In terms of language, we can build Spring Boot applications with Java, Kotlin, Groovy. We'll stick to Java. And here you can see the latest stable versions. So these are the two latest stable versions. Let's select this one because we are although not going to import it. I'll show you how you can import it, but we are not going to learn 2.7.4 today. We're going to learn 2.5.6 because it's compatible with all the dependencies that you're going to learn in today's session. Next is group ID. So this group ID and this package name should be same. Then this is the artifact ID, your Spring Boot application name, and your name, what the folder name. So these two things, again, you keep it same. And then is the Java version. We'll select JDK 8. And here you see this add dependencies. Just click on it and you can add the different dependencies. So this is the Spring Web dependency, which provides us the embedded Tomcat server, which we can use. So we don't need to externally use an external server. Then is the DevTools dependency, which enables live reload. Basically, We don't need to stop and start the application. Whenever we save a file, it will auto restart the embedded Tomcat server and deploy our changes. Then is the H2, which is an embedded database. You're going to learn about it, so I'll not talk much about it as of now. Then is JPA, which we will use to perform CRUD operations onto our H2 database. Then is Lombok, which we'll use to avoid boilerplate code. And Swagger dependencies are not available here, so you can add it from the projects that I'll be providing you. So these are the projects that you're going to learn in today's session. One more thing, guys. You'll get the recording only if you sit for the 2 days entire session. But if you leave in between, you might not get the recording. So do sit for the entire session. All right, coming back here. Now, once you have selected all the dependencies and configured the things that you want to do, you can click on Explore to see the project structure, how your project structure will look like. And this is how your project structure will look like. This is your POM file. Now, once you have done this, you can click on this generate and it will download this zip file for you. You can go to this folder wherever it is in your local, unzip it, extract it. And once you've extracted this demo folder, you can select this path, go to your VS Code, right click, import existing Maven project, paste your path here, hit enter. You'll see that Eclipse is able to detect your POM file, click on finish. So you don't need to do it, but I just wanted to show you how you can bootstrap your skeleton Spring Boot project. All right, now let's go to the next hands-on. All right, so also, yeah, okay, so you've learned about how to generate a skeleton Spring Boot project, how to import it into your Eclipse IDE. Now, how to set up your Eclipse IDE. So in order to set up your Eclipse IDE, click on Window, Preference. First, select your JDK 8, apply. Next is Window, Preference. Over here, yeah, select installed JREs. If you don't see this over here, just click on add standard VM, next directory, go to your C program files, Java, select this, select folder and click finish. So mine is already there. So that's why I'm not seeing this finish over here. I'll see this finish and this will get added. Select it, apply and close. Also, the next thing that you need to do is go to debug. Uncheck this suspend execution on uncaught exceptions and apply and close. That's all. That's a setup you need. And after importing the project, okay, if you're importing a Spring Boot project for the first time, I'll advise you to import this project, which is Spring Boot Bookstore Design. It is available inside day 1. This one, import these 2 projects for today. And if you're importing the projects, Spring Boot projects for the first time, here on the below, you'll see some green thing running because it's downloading the dependencies that your project needs. And it will take some time for you depending upon your internet speed and your location. Next thing is, so this is the structure. Before we go to the structure, let me see. Okay, importing the generated skeleton Spring Boot project, this I've shown you. Like you need to import it as existing Maven project. And some easy steps for fixing common build issues. If you get some common build issues, just right click your project, select Maven, update project, select this force update of snapshots and releases, check your project, click OK. That will force update your project. And here you can see this is what you must be seeing right now if you're importing the Spring Boot project for the first time, or if you don't have these Maven dependencies or jars installed in your .m2 on your local. All right. And even after this, if it doesn't fixes your issue, click on project, click on clean all projects, clean. This is what you need to do. And it will fix your project. Also on project, this should be checked, build automatically. Just ensure this. So these are the steps. Is everyone clear? Like what you need to do? So I would give you 5 minutes now to import this project, clone this project, import this project from here.
Excellent. Just to say, I've got your coronavirus tracker working as well, so that looks good. It's got all the numbers and cases in India and stuff like that. So
Okay,
try and
okay.
do that with
I
this
thought
one.
data must be outdated because one of my student, he had imported my project back like few days back. He told me he was not able to make it work, and I didn't get time to re-download my project or clone my
Yeah,
project.
I just deleted the Eclipse stuff and then set it to my version to Java 14. So that
Nice.
kind of works. Yeah, and that's on
I think,
IntelliJ.
yeah, this project now I had built it using two versions. Like, yeah, this is the converted to JDK 8. First one is with Java 15. Why I had to convert it to JDK 8 was I had deployed it on PCF cloud, and back then in that year when I had built it 2019 or 20, nearly December, I think 2019 December. Back then, this JDK 14.15 was not supported in Pivotal Cloud. I don't know about now because I don't use Pivotal Cloud now. I use AWS. So not sure with that. Yeah.
Interesting. So we're just downloading this Spring Boot 2022 and then trying to run the Bookstore one, is it? Yeah.
Yeah. So in Eclipse, I think with the latest version, very latest version, this quarter release, this projects will work fine. In between releases, like from 2021-09 to I think 2022-03 March versions are not compatible. They are not able to support Lombok, and then I think they are fixed. So with the latest version of Eclipse, it has been fixed.
But it's the Bookstore one. Sorry, because I wasn't focused.
Yeah, this will work with the latest version.
Yeah.
I think latest will be 2022-09.
Yeah.
So I am using here a little old one. I'm using 2020-03 over here. So it's supported till 2021-06 and then from the latest version onwards, or maybe 2022-06 onwards. But in between, it was not supported. Lombok was not supported.
Okay.
Hi, sorry to interrupt. Can you please share the dependencies you selected?
So those dependencies are available in this POM file.
Okay.
Only these dependencies, Swagger dependencies, are not available on Spring Initializer. So this you need to add from here only. Copy it from here and add to your project. And also, let me advise you, please do use Spring Boot version 2.5.6 only. Don't update this. You'll land into issues and you'll not know what to fix as of now because you're learning it. Once you've learned it, you can migrate the projects. You'll have to remove Swagger Fox. You'll have to use Swagger Talk, and various other things will change. Like some additional configurations you have to add or remove. All right. So this hands-on is done. Has everyone cloned these projects? Not this one. This first is for the demonstration purpose. Has everyone cloned these projects of day one?
To clone, we need the git also, right? For git bash, something like that, or
No. You can download also, na. If you're having issues, just select code, download, zip, unzip, import as existing name in project. See, if you want to clone, then yes, you need git bash or git installed. But if you don't waste your time right now. Just click this download zip and download it, unzip it and import it. So we have a student with name Java joined us. Hey, hi Java. Yes, Praveen, I think you can do with STS, but with Lombok, I'm not sure whether Lombok will be supported in STS or not. I think in my last session, one student had made it work. Okay, so I believe everyone has imported the projects. Is anyone facing any issues? With Lombok, you'll face issues. Don't worry. Once just import the project, let me explain you how you can fix the Lombok issue. Okay, So guys, you want to make this project work as of now, right? So you must be facing issues with these files wherever you have used Lombok annotations. With these annotations, these must not be compiling for you. So what you need to do in order to...
Hi, Samarth, Vaishnavi here. I have one question. Like in STS, we don't have to create a project through Spring Boot project from spring.io, or we directly create a project in STS.
You can directly create. STS is designed for Spring Boot.
Okay.
I don't use
That's
STS. I use this only, like Eclipse and IntelliJ I use.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, guys. So let me tell you what you need to do in order to fix the compilation issues related to Lombok, which you will face definitely because you have not configured Lombok for your Spring Boot application. So once you have done this, right click, Maven, update project, force snapshot releases. Once you have done this, then you need to locate your Lombok jar. So you need to search for Lombok over here. So here is Lombok for me. I need to go to this directory where it is located. So for me, it's located in C users divya.m2 repository or project Lombok 1.18.2. So I need to go over here. Let's go to C users divya.m2 repository org project Lombok and 1.18.22. Once you select this, double click and run your jar. Wait for it to run. And this kind of a screen will appear. It will detect all your Eclipse IDE installations on your laptop. So let the scanning finish. It will show the installations here. And if it's not showing, you need to manually specify the location of your Eclipse IDE. If it is located for you, you need to click on this install and update and then quit installer. So it's taking some time today in my local to detect my Eclipse ID. Although I've configured it, so I don't need to do it. I just want to show you how it looks like over here. And if this screen is not appearing, what you need to do is you need to open command prompt in this directory. And you need to type java-jar, your jar file name, and hit enter. So it will also launch your exe, that screen that you were seeing. Here you can see it has launched the screen. See, you can see it has detected all the Eclipse IDE versions which are installed on my laptop. So I have 2020 03, 2020 06, 2021 06 versions installed. You can select your version which you're going to use for this project and click on install and update and then quit installer. Once you have done this, what you need to do is after that, come back to your Eclipse. And after coming back to your Eclipse, just go up. And if you're still seeing the compilation issues, close your application and start it again. Just close your application and start it again. And after that, even after that, if you're seeing the issue, go to project clean and do project clean, and it will be resolved. And in order to confirm Eclipse, Lombok has been linked with your Eclipse, you need to go to this help about Eclipse IDE and scroll to the bottom, and here you will see Lombok version, whichever you have linked with your Eclipse IDE, and something like this. That means Lombok has been successfully integrated with your Eclipse IDE. If you're an IntelliJ user, you need to go to IntelliJ Marketplace and install the Lombok plugin. So is everyone clear? Has everyone performed these steps and successfully imported this project? Yes, Chinmay, if you're importing a Spring Boot project for the first time, it will take some time, and also depending upon your internet speed. I'll give you 5 more minutes to import the project and to solve your issues. Yes, Rahul, Lombok works in production. So only for your Eclipse, you need to do this integrations, because these annotations needs to be rendered for your Eclipse. But when you build the jar, it is not actually these annotations. Internally, it's building those methods. As if you see the project structure, you can see this over here. It is just hiding these getter methods, setter methods, and all these things which you see, which are basically over here. It is hiding because you've added these Lombok annotations. So it's hiding from your view, but it is there in the background. Amit, you'll get the recording if you sit for the entire session for today and tomorrow. After that, you can request Universe team and they'll verify you have sat for the entire session and they'll provide you the recording. All right. Has everyone successfully imported the project without any compilation issues? If you're facing any compilation issues, you can speak up. I'll help you. Okay, I believe everyone has successfully imported. Okay. This is done. Okay, next hands-on. Understanding about how Spring Boot application runs. So as part of this hands-on, you're going to learn how you're going to understand what's the project structure for a Spring Boot application, how to start it in run mode, how to start it in debug mode, understanding about how Spring Boot application runs, like how does components can happens, how does it loads the classes to Tomcat server, or we can say to the container, and understanding a quick fix which can be used for common port already in use issue. Coming back here, so this is the Spring Boot application, Spring Boot Bookstore design, and this is the POM file. Here you can see the Spring Boot parent version. So we are using Spring Boot 2.5.6 version for this course, for this today's session. And next is the dependencies. So these are your group ID, your artifact ID, your name, the description for the project, the JDK version, which we are using, which is JDK 8, and the dependencies. So we are using the actuator dependency, JPA dependency, web dependency, DevTools, H2, Lombok, and we are using the Swagger dependencies. So these are the dependencies which we are using, and some build plugins which gets automatically added when you bootstrap your skeleton Spring Boot project. Then I've added a README file also, which you can refer later on, just for some of the issues with Swagger Fox with the latest version, like basically after version 2.5.6. And here are the, this is your main directory, your resource directory. I have deleted the test directory, otherwise you also see a test directory. And this is your base package, com.microstream. It has your main class. This is your main class. Don't focus on these things. We'll come to these later on. This is a skeleton main class which I've created for this project. Your config package, where you place your configuration files, your controller package, where you place your controller files, entity package, where you place your entity files, exception package, where we have created the exception handler. Let me comment this out for now. So we'll uncomment this as we'll learn this. Then is your model package, your repository package. This is your JPA repository. This is how simple it looks. Service package, service IMPL package, main resource directory. This is your application.property file where you'll place all your configurations. So I'm just commenting out this property for now. Then your different profiles, you'll learn about this in the profiling section. So this is the structure of the project. Now let me start this project. How do you start this project in run mode? So you do right click, run as Java application. We'll come to what is difference between entity and model when we'll come to what are entity classes. There's a question in the chat, so just answering that. All right, so we are starting the application in run mode. This is how we start the application in run mode. And we can see port already in use issue. So how can we fix this issue? We can quickly fix this issue by changing the default port. So all we need to do is add here server.port equals to, let's try 8081. So if it's free in my laptop, it will run. So this is a very quick fix which you can do. Amod.yaml based properties will be covered in tomorrow's session when we'll be using configuration management. So you can see our application has successfully started and Tomcat started on port 8081. So our application is running on port 8081. So this is how you can start your application in run mode, and you've seen the quick fix for the port already in use issue. Then if you want to start your application in debug mode, instead of run as, you do debug as Java application. Just remember, run as Java application or debug as Java application. You don't use this option run as run on server. We don't need a server for this. We have the embedded Tomcat server. Session duration in IST timing is from 12:30 to 7:30, in which we have a 1 hour lunch break and we have small breaks in between for water. Rahul, you can Google that. All right, so we have started our application in debug mode. You can again see Tomcat
Samarth,
started on port
Samarth, sorry
8081.
to interrupt.
Tejas,
So today's
we can
session is
have a Q&A session. Like, I'll give time for Q&A after I've completed one explanation. Please be patient meanwhile, because there are multiple students today, right? So I have to follow this procedure. If there were very few, I would have directly asked you to interrupt and ask your questions. We'll have the Q&A, Tejas. Just let me complete this topic, then we'll have, like, after every hands-on, I'll give 2 minutes, 5 minutes time for Q&A. All right, so this is how you start your application in run mode. So I think this hands-on is done. You've understood the project structure, how to start the application in run mode, in debug mode. Okay, this point is left. Understanding about how Spring Boot application runs. So one thing you'll notice here is the package structure. You need to structure your package or name your packages like this, which is basically your base package name, .config, base package name, .controller, base package name, .entity, and everything below. So all your packages should be named like this, because the component scan happens like this. It starts to load the classes from your base package and it scans only the sub packages and not the other packages. That is why you should name your packages like this. So this is one of the convention in Spring Boot, and that is why some developers have some opinions about it. Why are there these conventions when there are less configurations? So these are the opinions. That's why Spring Boot's first characteristic is it's a opinionated framework. All right, so this is done. Tejas, you can ask your question now.
No, basically I was asking, today's session is from 12:30 to 7:30 evening.
Yes, correct. Tomorrow also the same time.
Okay.
And in between, we'll take a 1 hour break based on the CEST timing, like European guys, for them to have lunch.
Oh, sure.
All right. So this is done. Next module is DevTools. So is everyone clear with this? Because this is the basic fundamental. If you have any doubts, this is the Q&A time. Like you can ask your doubts. So Praveen has this question, how internally it runs. So how internally it runs is like there's something called Spring container. It loads these classes that you see over here as beans into the Spring container. And it does that by the component scan. So there is a component scan component of Spring Boot framework, which basically starts to scan all the classes from the base package. And this is your base package. So if you'll open your POM file, the group ID you see, this is your base package name. So always have this group ID and this base package name same to avoid any problems. Although in the latest version I've seen, even if we give a different base package name than this, it works. But just to keep it same so that we understand the concept also. Any other questions? All right. I'll move to the next topic. So we have completed our module 1, which was introduction to Spring Boot. Next is module 2, Dev Tools. So majority of this portion will be hands-on based. Only the initial part was theory based, because I believe that students learn faster when you show them what technologies or frameworks or libraries can do rather than to explain them theory and just explain them theory. So I believe in practical. I'm a practical person. I'm also an executor. I execute technical tasks on daily basis in my office. All right, so let's get started with DevTools. So let's understand what is DevTools and configure and implement DevTools. So DevTools basically is a dependency that you add to your POM file. And this is it. This is all you need to do in order to enable DevTools. There is no separate configuration required for it. So let me first show you what if we don't have DevTools. So I've just removed the DevTools dependency. And let's go to this file. Let's start the Spring Boot application. All right, so Spring Boot application has started. It's running on port 8081. So let's say I want to add a sysout over here. Hello world. So you can see I have not saved this file. You can see this asterisk over here. So what will happen if I save this file? Will it automatically restart the Spring Boot application and print hello world in the console, or will it not do this? What will happen? What do you think? Guys, is the font size visible, or like I need to, is this fine this much? Okay, thanks. And thanks for this, for informing Tanmay, because this is important that this font size should be good. So guys, what will happen if I save this file? You can see over here this small asterisk symbol, the star symbol. What will happen if I save this file? Will it print hello world in console, or will it not print hello world in console?
If you
It will print.
It should print, right? That is what
Yeah,
everyone thinks.
if we are using DevTools, then it will.
But currently, you see, we have commented out DevTools.
No, it won't print.
Correct.
It will
not
it will ask to restart the
It
service.
is not even doing that. It is not even going to ask us to restart. So it won't do anything. Our changes won't be deployed. If we want to restart, we have to do it manually. We need to terminate. We need to again start the application. This is a manual restart which we have to do. So now you can see it is printing hello world. Now let me stop this application and add the DevTools dependency here. Now let me again start this application. Since it's already there, it will print it. But I'll just add another sysout and show like I don't need to restart manually then once, because I've added the DevTools. Once you've added the DevTools, you don't need to manually restart. I'll just demo it. Let the application start first. All right, so Spring Boot application has started. Here you can see it has printed hello world because it was already there. Now, what if I add another sysout statement? Let's say hello DevTools, because now I've added the DevTools dependency in my POM file. Now, if I save this file, what will happen? Will it print this or will it not print it? Like, will it restart this embedded Tomcat server or will it not restart? I need to still manually restart. What do you think?
It won't restart Tomcat.
It will restart because I have added DevTools. So this is, okay, let me show it. So I'm saving this file, okay? See, this asterisk will disappear. It has disappeared. My file is saved. Now this application has started restart. So my application itself is restarting. So it is automatically terminating and restarting my application. And you can see it has printed hello world. I didn't have to manually stop and start the application. Why? Because I've added the DevTools dependency. This is the power of DevTools. It automatically reloads the application whenever you save any changes to any file. So this is what DevTools is practically for. It helps you to rapidly develop your application because you don't have to waste your time in terminating and starting the application again and again to test your changes. You just keep doing your changes, keep saving the file, it will keep restarting, you keep logging and you keep seeing the functionality that you're building. And that is how you can rapidly build your application. Is DevTools clear to everyone?
Yeah, actually, there's a bit of configuration I have to do on IntelliJ apparently for that, but yeah, I think it does kind of make sense. It's so
very
you've got
easy,
this,
right? No
yeah,
configuration, just DevTools, just simple dependency. One thing for production, we don't add this dependency because it adds no value in production. Because in production, we just deploy the jar, right? We don't go and modify the code on the production server. I mean, not manually at least, right? Amit, DevTools, yeah, doesn't work with IntelliJ because in IntelliJ you have the autosave feature. So I've seen it's not compatible with IntelliJ.
I think there is a way of sorting it out, so I'll have a go and see and report back. Thanks.
Some marketplace dependency must be there, but I've not explored it.
Yeah, no, yeah, thanks.
So basically, Samarth, to have these DevTools things, we changed. It reflects in the console of Eclipse only if we save things, right? And also uncomment the DevTools in pom.xml. So I think in IntelliJ also it should work.
You can try it, but I've seen issues with IntelliJ when using DevTools.
Okay,
It's
fine.
not properly
So no, when you
live
see,
reloading.
when you see in the .java file, after you write sysout, if you save only then it will reflect in the console.
Correct.
Yeah. So in IntelliJ it also works. I've tried it.
Okay. So
Yeah,
all
sure,
right. So I think which is your this IntelliJ version? You can write in the chat, because I think if someone is using different version or a latest
No,
version, and if they face issues, they can write like the IntelliJ version and issue faced.
Sure. No, it works. I'm working since 2017, so it works. Yeah.
All right.
Not
Because
bad.
some folks have reported issue. That's why I'm saying. That's why I
Okay.
recommended use of Eclipse IDE for this projects.
Okay.
All right. So this is done. Let's move to the next one. Okay. Performance monitoring with actuators. Now that you have learned about DevTools, we are moving to the next module, module 3, performance monitoring with actuators. So as part of this hands-on, you're going to learn about how to inject actuator dependency in POM file. By default health endpoint is enabled. So how you can view that, and detailed health endpoint is disabled. It's not enabled by default in the latest version of actuator. So how you can enable the detailed health endpoint, but so you'll learn like which configuration you need to add to your application.property file to enable the actuator detailed health endpoint, and what response it provides. You'll be seeing all of that as part of this hands-on. Practical industry scenario where it should be implemented. So where you should implement actuator. So let's get started. So I'm back to my Eclipse IDE. And let me go here. So this is the actuator dependency. We have already added this dependency when we bootstrapped our application from scratch using Spring Initializer. And this is the application.property file, which will sit in the source main resource directory. Let's enable the actuator endpoint. So by default, actuator health endpoint is enabled. So let's see how it looks like. Our application is running on port 8081. So let's write here actuator. So you can see like by default, these are the actuator endpoints. This is called Hetios principle, which you see over here. This is what Hetios principle has been by default implemented by actuator guys, whoever built this library. So it's guiding about the further potential APIs which you can explore. So let's open this health endpoint in a new tab. And it gives the status of our application, whether our application is up and running or whether it has terminated. So here you can see the status of the application. So health endpoint is basically giving the status of the application. It's not giving any other details. It's not telling us about the databases that our application is connected with, what is the connection status with the database of our application. It's not giving those details. So basically it's just giving the simple status of our application. So let's say you've deployed this application onto any cloud and you don't want to give developers the access to cloud. So what those developers can do is you can give them the cloud URL, which is of your deployed application, or your mapped domain name, and they can hit the actuator health endpoint and see the status of the application on cloud. So this is the practical industry use of health endpoint. It's giving the health of the application. So once the applications are deployed, developers don't need to go to the EC2 and check the status of the application. They can basically check the basic status of the application by hitting the actuator health endpoint. Now, how about enabling the detailed health endpoint? What do I mean by detailed health endpoint is like if this application that you see over here is connecting to some database. So how to see that, right? So first of all, okay, I've not enabled the database, but by default, it will come because I have added the H2 dependency and it is having some pre-configured database that we cannot directly access, but it will have that. Okay, so let's enable the detailed health endpoint. In order to enable the detailed health endpoint, this is the property which you need to add to your application.property file, which is management.endpoint.health.show-details equals to always. So this particular property will now enable detailed response from the same endpoint. Okay, same actuator endpoint. Now let me refresh this. Since I'm using DevTools, you saw like as soon as I saved this file, my server had restarted. I just came here, refresh, and I can see the detailed response now. So it is giving disk space of my laptop. Like this is the total disk space of my laptop. I think it's in bytes, and free space, threshold, exist. It's giving the database status, which database I'm using. So I'm using H2 for this application. So it's saying H2. If you're using Postgres, MySQL, it will say Postgres, MySQL, whichever database you're using. Validation query is valid. So they have executed some validation query in the background. And overall status of the application. So this is how you can see like I'm getting a complete detailed response of my application health. All right, so this is done. Any questions? No, for guys, is everyone clear so far? If everyone is clear, you can write clear in the chat. That way I'll understand everyone is clear.
Yeah, one question, Samarth, like maybe
Yeah, go
this
ahead.
little late. This Spring Boot and Spring MVC we use as an alternative for JSPs and servlets, right? They are a latest term for JSPs, right?
See, I started my work directly with Spring Boot, to be honest, but I've seen JSP projects and they are pretty much, it requires a lot of configuration and a lot of complexity, right? And solving problems are also complex. And as the project grows, it becomes hectic to manage those applications. So that's why I recommend using Spring Boot only. So yeah, Spring Boot came later, like it came later to solve the problems that you were facing with the initial frameworks in the market for building microservices. That's why everyone loves Spring Boot, right? It's easy to do things and it's very high performant also.
Okay, yes, thanks, Samarth.
Okay, so Ben has his question. So Ben, I've uncommented this line number 6, configuration of actuator detailed health endpoint. So this is the comment, and this was also commented. So I just uncommented this property. Management.endpoint.health.show detail equals to always. Isaac, application is running from IDE only. So you can see. So in order to run the application, what you need to do is you need to go here, right click, run as Java application. This is my main file. You can also do from here. Isaac, does that answers your question? Like application is running from IDE itself, like from my Eclipse IDE. I'm not running it from anywhere else. It's just that since we added DevTools, my application auto restarts as soon as I make any change and save any file. Okay, I believe everyone is clear so far. Moving to the next one, actuator info endpoint. So basically, when you hear the word info, what comes to your mind? Answers in the chat. So Tanmay and Kishore has given the right answer, information. So understanding the info endpoint basically means this, there is an info endpoint which you can use to provide some customized information. Whoever hits that endpoint will get the information that you want to provide them. So by default, it is hidden and we can enable it. So you learn in this hands-on how you can enable it. And the information that you provide by adding some properties in your property file. You learn the structure of those properties and how you can play around to learn it more. So we're going to implement this info endpoint, and practical industry scenario where it should be implemented is if you're working in a big organization or an MNC where there are multiple teams building multiple microservices which are communicating with each other. So in that case, if everyone enables the info endpoint, and if your microservice application is interacting with other microservice and you want to know who are the project owners of those microservice, you can hit the info endpoint, get the details, reach out to that person in case if you have some queries or doubts or some problems with the endpoint response, which is changed for some reason or not according to what you want or according to your application needs. In that case, like for anything, you can just reach out to the microservice owners. All right, so 1 minute, where it is. Yeah, so let's implement this. So by default, as you can see over here, actuator info endpoint is not visible. Okay, it's hidden. In order to enable it, I need to add this property. Management.endpoints.web.exposure.include equals to health info matrices. So it will enable these endpoints. It will enable health endpoint, info endpoint, matrices endpoint. And also for the info endpoint, there is this additional property, just a boilerplate property that we need to add. Management.info.env.enabled equal to true. Now we have enabled the info endpoint, but we have not customized what information it will return. So it will not return any information. let me show this. Let's refresh this. Now you can see info endpoint is visible. Let's open it in new tab and you can see it's returning an empty response. That is because we have not configured this endpoint to return any response. Let's configure it. Let's ask it to return something. So in order to configure, this is the way we configure. We write info dot web, whatever we want to see. So I've just written this basic structure. Project name, Bookstore design, project team, Microstream, project instructor, Samarth Narula, project environment, local. Now that I've configured the info endpoint, if I refresh this, I'll see the information which I've added there. So this is the information which has been added there. Okay, any questions? I think someone mistakenly unmuted. Any questions, guys?
Samarth, why was this info.env.enabled used? Can you?
As I mentioned, this is a boilerplate. This was not required in the older versions, but with the latest versions, they have asked us to add this. Otherwise, info doesn't really works. Like it's facing, I had been facing issues where as soon as I migrated the projects from the older version to a later version. Let's see if it works with this one or if it doesn't works. So it is working, but that is like recommended that you add this. With some versions of Spring Boot, it might not work.
Okay, thank you.
That's why I said it's boilerplate. Like not necessary, just a boilerplate code, unnecessary configuration or something which you have to do for the configuration sake.
What's the endpoint? Sorry, what's the endpoint? Is it actuator / actuator?
Okay.
Yeah.
Endpoint is
info.
/ actuator / info.
Excellent, thanks.
So these things you can see over here from the actuator base endpoint. Like all the endpoints are visible from the base endpoint. You just need to remember this. Or you can see it from the console also. Like when your application starts, it basically tells you which all endpoints are enabled. See, exposing 3 endpoints beneath base path actuator. Okay, so is everyone clear with info endpoint? If everyone is clear, you can write clear in the chat. We'll take a 10 minutes break as we've been doing session like since 1 hour continuously. I'll give you a 10 minutes break to go through things which you have learned, and then we'll continue with actuator matrices endpoint. Sure, Isaac has this question. So here's it, like this is how you change the port number, default port of your application. This is the property which you need to add to your application.property file. Server.port equal to your port number. Tejas, your problem is related to your Eclipse IDE. You need to Google and solve it. Let me show this over here. Sorry.
Sure.
I think this might help you.
No, I'm using IntelliJ.
Okay, so basically this is the thing that you have to do. From your setting.xml, it chooses this path. So I had modified my setting.xml to place it in the dot repository. By default, it is in dot repository only. But I mean, back then I have also modified because I was getting some dependency issues, transitive dependency issues, and I was playing around with different frameworks, not just Spring Boot, like Flink and all. So this is how I had created a repo for that unique use case. So you can do that also if you're having some transitive dependency issue. Like open your setting.xml in this path, modify the repository path, which you'll be seeing something like this, to another folder, a new folder. Okay, I believe, okay, any other questions? Let me see. Nitin has this question, how Spring Boot internally calls actuators. So Nitin, this is the power of Spring Boot. You don't have to focus on how it does things. You just need to do what it does and how you can enable those things. So that's why Spring Boot is an opinionated framework. because half of the things are handled at the framework level, and we just need to know how to use it. That's it. And it enables these functionalities for us with just these few steps. And this is what I am here for, to help you understand what you need to do in order to enable a certain new functionality for your Spring Boot application, which will help you to monitor and have a better business logic. So in Spring Boot, you focus on business logic, and these things are handled by the framework itself. Amit, you must be seeing this app/check. If you have not commented this, if you'll basically, if this is uncommented, that will be your path. But if you have commented it, your default path will be actuator. So this is a later hands-on. I'll show like how you can change the base URL to something other that you like. Sir, I'm not able to see the actuator. Praveen, can you elaborate, like you're not able to see the actuator by that? So Praveen, is this property disabled for you? Like, is this property commented? Praveen, you can unmute, like you can tell me, like, is this property uncommented in your local?
No. Which one?
This one. Management.endpoints.web.base-path. Is
Okay,
this commented, uncommented? This asterisk means it's commented.
Okay. It is commented.
It is commented. Okay. If it is commented, which actuator? So you're not able to hit this actuator endpoint. So your application is running on which port? Is it running on
8081? 8081.
Have you tried this /actuator?
Yeah. I had tried that.
And still it is not working?
Still it is not working.
Okay, great. So you can start sharing your screen. Show me, I'll just help you with it. You have screen share access? Okay, now you will be able to share the screen.
Okay. Share my screen. How do I share my screen? Yeah. So can you see my screen now?
Yes, I can see your screen. Can you show your Spring Boot application, whether it's running or it's not running?
Yeah, it is running only.
Can you scroll to the bottom, to the right? Okay, see your property is uncommented, right? Management.endpoints.base path. Line number 15, you need to comment this. Otherwise, your actuator endpoint becomes app/check.
Now I need to comment this, right?
Yes, comment it.
Okay.
Save this file. That file is not saved.
Okay.
Save this file. Wait,
yes.
Let DevTools restart.
Okay.
Done. Go back to your browser.
Okay.
Hit and refresh. Now it will work. Okay, it's not. Let me 1 minute. Go back to your application again. Have you uncommented DevTools?
I did in dev properties or application properties.
Oh, okay, that's the problem.
You got Spring
refer to-
Profiles. Yeah, you need to comment out Spring Profiles active.
Yeah, correct.
You
need to comment line number 18. I did it in the start, right? Just need to comment this.
Okay, I need to comment this. Okay.
Yeah, comment this. Because right now you have not learned about profiling.
Correct. Okay, sure.
And you'll have to add the port as well, won't you, in that file?
Yeah, your port will change. So your port, so your default port is 8080. You can use 8080 port. You don't need to add 8080. Default port is 8080. Just change the port to 8080.
Okay.
In the URL, change
The
8081 to just 8080. Yeah. Excellent.
Oh yeah, excellent.
Nice.
Yeah.
Good
That's
work.
Thank you.
Right.
All right, you can stop sharing your screen. I think your issue has been resolved. So
yeah, sure. Thanks for your help.
No worries.
Take a short break then, is it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Excellent. Thanks.
So here's a Baldung page shared by Amit. You can try this out to solve the problems with different IDEs. Okay, I hope everyone is back from the break. Isaac, is your doubt cleared? You have sent a error PNG, right? A file. So what you need to do is you need to right click this and run as Java application. Don't right click here. Right click on your main file, the file which has your main method, and @ Spring Boot application annotation. Is everyone back from the break? If everyone is back, you can write yes in the chat. All right. Okay, before we proceed, let me show you a few things. If you have some questions which are out of today's topics, if you want to learn, if you want to get guidance on or consulting on, you can reach out to me on LinkedIn. Also, if you don't get the recordings, even after connecting with Microstream guys or dropping them mail, you can connect and let me know. I just get the recordings for you. So let me share my LinkedIn ID with everyone. So this is my LinkedIn profile. And this is my personal website. From here also you can reach out to me. So let me share this. And also I would ask you to like become part of different tech communities to learn better. Like become part of Spring users community. I post my upcoming Spring Boot sessions over here. Just become part of this group. Here they share a lot of blogs on Spring Boot, which you can use. So I've lately become a top contributor also over here. So over here, I'll just put about my different upcoming trainings. So I'll share this group link also in the chat.
Nice. And Philip Ricks is good, isn't he? He's a good Spring testing there, isn't it? On that one there.
This one.
Yeah.
So you can find out different, sessions, recordings, blogs to upgrade yourself quickly.
Cool.
I've also noted down some of the best blogs on my Google Keep and I've kept it. I'll just share that blogs with you. It's not something which is going to be covered, but it is some other topics which you can, once you've learned the basics from me today and tomorrow, you'll have the foundation to learn yourself and master the framework further.
Excellent.
So let me share that Spring Boot blogs. Yeah, here I've saved a lot of good blogs. I don't know if this will fit in the chat. It's a gigantic message. No, it is not fitting in. So yeah, I mean, you can reach out to me on LinkedIn. I'll give you these blog links. And various others. Even I have started blogging, but I've not written blogs on Spring Boot yet. I've written on AWS and I've written on Git. I'm also thinking on writing on cutting edge technologies like Argo rollouts to have canary deployments and other things.
What about reactive Spring, reactive Java?
That's not covered. I've not explored that much. So here, okay, I think this will not give you, I'll have to give you my individual links. So this is a very good blog on GitHub for majority of the people who face or who don't understand the Git commands. So here I've covered all the topics. Even it will help you to be a to perform your DevOps engineer activities, to write the pipelines, to use Git tagging for release, semantic versioning and other stuff. AWS parameter store. I'm thinking to write similar for secret manager also.
Excellent. Yeah, I'm thinking of doing I'm trying to do the solutions architect associate, this one, because I've done the cloud practitioner.
Yeah, I've done AWS solution architect professional in last December. I passed it. It's very difficult, although like you have to study a lot to crack it.
Yeah. Is that something you might think about offering lessons for that? Solutions architect associate?
Yeah, I mean, I can build a course on that, but yet first I'll prefer to teach individually in personal for someone, because that way I create content also while teaching them and then convert it into a full-fledged course.
Excellent. Do you do individual lessons?
Yes, I do one-on-one trainings.
So for fantastic.
Spring Boot,
yeah.
Like
Interesting.
here I'm teaching you version 2.5.6, right? In the personal sessions, whichever is the latest in the market, we explore that. We overcome the drawbacks that we have with the previous versions. I show how you can migrate any version to any version, how you solve problems, because I have the time then to give the individual, right? Entire time for that individual. So
How
I
do
do
we
that.
contact for individual lessons? Is that
Through LinkedIn? Like you can connect
Yeah.
through LinkedIn. Majority of my students are from like Philippines, US, UK. So all of them have contacted me through LinkedIn only.
excellent? Thanks.
All right, so these were the things I wanted to share in the start, but then I forgot. So I thought let me share this now. Short use. Okay, so yeah. I mean, for next time, I'll use a URL shortener. I'll save this link and keep to share the links in a short way, because I see right now the links are coming very huge. Yeah, thanks, Nutan. Thanks. All right, guys, let's continue with today's session. Hands-on actuator matrices endpoint. I'll give you Q&A time after every hands-on or few hands-on, so you can ask your doubts. And in between, if you have any doubts, you can raise hand, because there are more number of students. So I have to follow this to ensure that we have a smooth completion of the curriculum. Hands-on actuator matrices endpoint. As part of this hands-on, we're going to understand and implement actuator matrices endpoint. You're going to learn how to use VS Code. So we are not going to use VS Code for this, but you can use VS Code, because in VS Code, you can just copy the JSON response, save it as a .json file, and do right-click format document, and it will format the JSON. Or you can also use online JSON formatter. So you can explore that option also. That's much better. And you can see this is all JSON, but I'm seeing in much readable format. This is because I've installed some JSON beautifier plugins in my Chrome IDE. Next is you're going to understand and learn like how you can enable all the actuator hidden endpoints. Initially, when actuator was launched in the market, when this library was launched or released, it was having all endpoints enabled by default. But later, in order to enhance the security, they disabled all the endpoints by default and asked the developers to enable it by adding this property over here. And 1 minute, adding this property over here in your application.properties and writing the individual endpoint names, so that now the security is no more the problem of actuator guys. It's the problem with the developers. They need to manage it. All right, let's get started. We already have the actuator dependency with us, and we want to understand this matrices endpoint. And we have already included the matrices endpoint by adding this property over here, matrices. By adding this endpoint name, we have enabled the matrices endpoint. Let's go to the actuator base endpoint. So here you can see we already have the matrices endpoint. Let's open in the new tab. And these are the further names. These are the matrices names that we see. In the older versions of Spring Boot, along with these names, we used to see the matrices properties also. But in order to reduce the complexity, they have made, in order to make it more readable, they have made it like this. Now, for example, you want to see the daemon threads in your application. You can just copy this metric name from here. Just copy it, go to your URL. Let me duplicate this. Add a /, paste that property name and hit enter. And here you will see this. This is the response that you get from the matrices JVM threads.daemon endpoint. So name of the endpoint, description, the current number of live daemon threads in this application. Daemon threads are the threads which runs in the background. Base unit threads, static. So there are 11 daemon threads in this Spring Boot application. Available tags, I am not sure what this is. So there are 11 threads in the background. Then if you want to see your memory, you can see the memory also. Let me see which is the endpoint. Buffer count, JVM memory. If you want to see your heap memory, I think this is the one. What's the max JVM memory available? Let's go back here. Let's add /, paste. Let me write this J. It was not copied. So here you can see the maximum amount of memory in bytes that can be used for memory management. So it's showing the memory in bytes, JVM memory in bytes. and it's giving the classification, areas, heap, non-heap, and values. Also, what I prefer for managing or monitoring memory over this is, let me show you that. It's something very unique. I think you'll like it. There is a library with the JDK8. See, program files, Java, JDK8. I think it's in the bin folder, JConsole. It just opened in my other screen. So this is what will get launched if you hit JConsole. Now you can see, I can select my Spring Boot application. The process ID also I can see over here and click connect. Yeah, insecure connection. So you can see, like, I can see the heap memory usage, threads, live threads, CPU usage, classes, memory. I can see the heap memory. In heap memory, I can see the PS old gen. If I place mouse here, PS hidden space. This is PS survivor space. In non-heap area, meta space, code cache, compress class space. So this is the most used memory. PS hidden space is the most used I can see. In non-heap, code cache is the most used. I can see the threads. I can even detect deadlocks. It says no deadlock detected. I can see the classes. Okay, it's saying I have total 13,230 classes loaded and some summary and mbeans. So this is what I prefer for monitoring performance of the application in terms of threads and memory.
And, what's the path for that in terms of the file path that you go to?
Yeah. JDK8 bin folder JConsole.
Okay.
There are also other tools called as Eclipse Memory Analyzer and some other paid tools in market, but this is the free one. It's not available in the latest versions of JDK. It's available in JDK8.
I think we were using JProfiler. Is that the same as this?
It's
Or
paid.
similar?
It's paid. Na? JProfiler is paid, I think.
Yeah, it's paid, but it's similar functionality.
Correct. So here you're getting for free, but JProfiler is giving you more things than this. That's why it's premium.
Excellent.
So, Samarth, if I want to identify this metrics in the production, so how do I do?
Okay, good question. So you need to run this JConsole on your production server, and it will detect your application PID on your production server.
I didn't get this exactly. So
you need to copy JConsole, paste in your production server file storage, and run it, and select your PID of your production server application. Like over there, it's running in your, right now it's my local, so application is also in local, JConsole is also in local. Move everything to your production. On production, take your JConsole, run it in production inside the server.
Okay, any specific command do you have? So over there we don't
Command,
have
I'm
any
not
UI.
sure. Like you'll have to see how to execute exe file depending upon which server you are working on. If you don't have any UI, like how you can run an exe file over there.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
So if we install only runtime environment of Java, so but still it will the JConsole will be there, right?
Yes. If JDK is, definitely it will be installed on your server, right? Because that is how your application is running. It's running on JVM. So without JDK, you cannot have, like, JDK is JVM plus the library. So you'll be having JVM installed, right? So you just need to check, like with JVM, like if you're inside the JDK folder, if you have this bin JConsole there.
Got it. Yeah.
Okay, so this is about this. I just thought about showing you that. That was not part of the course, but I thought it's good. It's better than this. So I just thought to show it. Also, like how you can enable all the actuator endpoints. So let me just copy, comment, paste. It's not a good practice to enable all actuator endpoints, but still, if you want to do, you can do with this asterisk symbol here, and it will enable all the actuator endpoints. So you'll see in the logs, it is somewhere mentioned like 13 endpoints enabled beneath base path actuator. Yeah, exposing 13 endpoint beneath base path actuator. So right now we were having few, but if we refresh, we'll have all, and there will be too many. You can see we have so many endpoints. You can even download the thread dump of your application and understand this thread dump by using this memory analyzer. Right now it's showing the thread dump, but also it downloads the thread dump. But for some reason right now it's okay, heap dump, sorry, not thread dump. Thread dump, it shows like this. Heap dump, it downloads the file, because heap dump you cannot read. So you can see it has downloaded the file. Now you can use online tools like Heap Hero or Eclipse Memory Analyzer, which is other tool to analyze your heap dump. Obviously in Office you cannot use this, right? So it is in my download. Again, this is not part of the course, but I'm just showing you. So it's analyzing my heap dump. This is like for performance monitoring. This is for performance engineers, like who are responsible for enhancing monitoring performance of your application. It's taking some time. I think application size is big. That's why it's taking so much time. This thread dump, heap dump size also will be big. Okay, it's just 79 MB, but it's still taking good time. Okay, let it do its thing. Meanwhile, we'll proceed further. So other endpoints which gets enabled, let me show you that. So other endpoints are like schedule, task. Not sure what is this. I've not used it. Mapping, matrices, thread dump, which gives you thread loggers, env. Let's see what is this one. So it's giving, okay, env. I think this is the one which gets enabled from this info env. So it's giving server.ports, local port number 8081, Java runtime name, Sun boot library path, some other information. So these are the informations you can monitor using performance, like matrices using actuators basically. And this is taking too much time now. Let me again choose the file. This doesn't take so much time. Okay, you can explore this tool later on.
Yeah, I got the J console working. Obviously, it's quite hard to read the the graphs and stuff like that. You have to learn how to read all of that, don't you?
You need to get used to basically.
Yeah, yeah.
That's true.
So
Also,
this one, what's this one then? This is a heap dump.
Hero.
Okay,
Yeah, this was
heap
free
hero.
one, but it's this application is taking too much time to analyze.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
I think I should proceed further.
Of
We'll
course,
see
yeah.
later when it will be launched.
Excellent.
Okay, actuator, yeah. So change base URL to custom URL. Right now, what's the URL for actuator endpoints? This is /actuator, right? From where we can see all the other URLs. Let's say we don't want this. We want something like app/check. Instead of actuator, we want this /app/check. So we can do this by adding this property management.endpoints.web.base path, and this will change the base URL. So let's go here. Let's remove this. Let me remove the /. And it's the same thing. So I've just changed the base URL. Okay, so see, Heap Hero has also launched. So this is clear, right? How to change the base URL. Just add a property and write the URL you want to see. Just write this exact same property.
It's a slightly weird name. Management.endpoints.web.basepath. I mean, it's just weird that just changes the endpoint for the health one. Yeah. Okay.
Not help,
Yeah.
actuator base URL, like
The
changes this
actuators.
URL
Yeah.
to this URL.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, Heap Hero has launched. So it has analyzed my heap dump. It took good amount of time. We can export also. I don't know if it's free or not to export. You can download this heap dump also. You can see the heap statistics here, like insufficient collections, object array, duplicate primitive arrays. It's complaining what all mistakes I've made in the application. String, how many percentage of strings are there, byte, linked hash maps, large objects. So you can see the endpoint condition on available is the largest object. This is also one more largest object. So you can see these matrices over here. Okay, so wasted memory, unique strings, total strings, who is holding duplicate strings, exact classes, places, insufficient primitive box numbers, a lot of matrices, like this entire performance engineer work. So these are the things which you can do. I think Heap Hero is also clear, right? It's just a free tool online.
Yeah.
It's not part of
What
this.
file do you have to choose for that for Heap Hero? So you go on the
Heap dump.
website.
Heap dump.
Heap dump. Okay.
And this we downloaded from actuator base endpoint. And there is a heap dump URL. You just click it, it will download it.
All right. Okay.
If you click this, it will download this file.
Okay.
I'll just delete this file. Let me show you again. We click this. Here, see, it's starting downloading. It's automatically downloading. It's not displaying anything, not returning. It's just returning this file.
And heap dump is in metrics, is it? Which one? Where's heap dump? Is it
Heap dump is a base. It's just an actuator endpoint, a separate actuator endpoint.
Yeah. Okay. Can you just let's look heap dump app check heap dump. Okay. Cool.
So you can use different tools in market like Eclipse Memory Analyzer, Heap Hero, one more tool I showed. So these things you can monitor. Like I just want to show like how you can monitor the matrices. Here it's just downloading this file. This file definitely we cannot read. It's some binary kind of stuff. But these analyzers are designed to analyze that file and make it readable with these reports. And thread dump is just returning a response. So it's just showing everything here. You'll have to write your own tool to analyze this if you're planning to use this. It's not like, or otherwise save it in JSON, like .json and explore some tool I'm not aware about. Explore some tool which will solve this problem. And if there is no good tool, you can build a product out of it and launch your own company. All right, so this is about this. Next, we'll move to profiling. Is everyone clear with actuator endpoints, how you enable, which endpoints are disabled by default, which are enabled, how you enable detailed health endpoint, how you enable matrices endpoint, how you enable all endpoints, how you can monitor the heap dump, how you can use the J console, which comes with your JDK 8 to monitor threads, to monitor memory. All right, what about others? Is everyone clear? Amod, what you are asking, how many times each controller endpoint was invoked? So we'll come to controllers later. For this, there is no endpoint. You can use Spring AOP, which you learn tomorrow, and you can design a AOP method, which will count the number of invocations and save it to a database. Okay, so profiling. So first I'll cover the basic theory part because I think there are some interns or some freshers who have joined us today. Different deployment environments in IT industry. So when you work in a software engineering job, we have different environments. First, we have the development environment where we do our development and we test our code. So there is a development server where we deploy and test our code. So development tasks such as architecting, coding, debugging takes place here. Then is your test environment. In some companies, these are also called beta environment. So it's a test environment where you test your application. Once you have done testing in development, you ask the testers to test it in test environment, or you only do the testing in test environment also, just to be sure that you have not missed any configurations or something. Next is the staging environment. Also in service-based companies, it is called as UAT environment, user acceptance testing. This is where final testing is done. So the staging environment is sometimes also called as prod-like environment because it has a configuration like your production server, so that you can test the application, how it will run on your production server. And once you're done testing with staging environment, or you can say UAT environment, and the stakeholders has given the sign off, then you can schedule and deploy it to production environment. So this is the last environment. This is where new business functionalities are deployed for end users, for your customers or for your clients, depending upon where you're working. If you're working in service-based, you'll say production environment is for my client. If you're working in product base and if your company has their own product, you'll say it's for my customers. So that's about different deployment environments in IT industry. So is everyone clear with this? Like especially for the college guys.
Yes, yeah.
All right. All right, let's move to the next one. Hands-on profiling. Let's understand what is profiling. Let's implement different profiles. Let's implement dev profile, test profile, UAT profile, production profile. Let's also understand the configuration required to change port number. This you have already seen, but I'll again just explain this. And let's understand the configuration required to set the active profile. All right, let me close all tabs. So these are the application property files in my resource folder. This is the first one, application.properties, which we were using as of now. Let's first enable the application.dev. So this is how you name your property files. Okay, so you create a new file with name like application dash, whatever you want to name your profile. So I've named it dev.properties. And when this application will start, let me start it on port 8082. So when this application, when I'll set the active profile as dev, it will start on port 8082. Let me enable these matrices endpoints also. And let me keep the base path as /actuator. I'm not changing it to /app/check. Now when I'll set the active profile as dev, my application will start on port 8082. Right now I've not set the active profile, so you'll see that my application is still running on port 8081 because it's picking the configurations from application.properties. It's not picking the configurations from application-dev.properties. It's not picking from here. So here I've added these endpoint information where I'm mentioning the environment in order to demo that we are reading properties from dev properties when we set the active profile as dev. So you must be thinking, how do I set the active profile, right? So you set the active profile by using this property, spring.profiles.active equal to your profile name. So this after the dash is your profile name. So my profile name is dev that I've just configured. So I'm setting it to dev and application will restart now. Let's see. Okay, there is some problem. Just let me fix it quickly. Okay, let me see. Let me stop and start the application.
Yeah, just as an aside, to enable the heap dump, I had to put star next to the line 2
You can write here
management.endpoints.web.export.
also. Heap
Oh
dump.
yeah, heap dump, cool.
So just copy it from the URL.
Mm-hmm.
Just copy from here. This thing, not it doesn't have dash.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I downloaded it. I'm putting on here Hero, and I've
You
got
can
some
try that later. That's just additional thing I just
Yeah.
wanted to show. Like you can explore
Yeah,
it, study
yeah.
it. It's
No,
for
it's good.
performance engineering.
Yeah.
So it seems like changing profile was not working with DevTools. I had to manually stop and start the application, and it's running properly now. You can see it's Tomcat started on port 8082. That means on application start, it is reading the properties from this application -dev.properties and not from application.properties. Now, what I can do is I can hit the info endpoint to see this environment as development instead of as local. So in application.properties, I had given this project environment as local. Now it is development, so it should print this development. Let's hit the actuator info endpoint. Let's write here actuator. Also, my port number is 8082. Actuator / info. One minute. Let me see. I think I've made some mistake. Let's go back here. Yeah, I've not changed the default this. I think this is picking from here. So since I've not overridden this property here, so it's picking the property from here. Let me comment this out. So which all properties are over here and not over here will be picked from this one. So that's why do ensure, like if you're setting active profile, comment out all the properties from here so that you don't have these problems. Because which properties are not in application -dev, it will pick up from this one. Okay, now it's fixed. Now let me hit. So you can see it's loading now. Let's hit the info endpoint and you can see it's returning development here. So is this clear? Like if you add this property here in your application dot properties, and if you don't add it in your application -dev dot properties, it is basically combining properties of both files, but giving preference or overriding the properties from application -dev files in case when there is a conflict. So it's preferring the properties here over here. Is this clear to everyone? This thing? It gives first preference to the active profile property. And if there is no, if that property is not present in active profile, it picks from the default profile, which is this application.properties is your default profile. All right. So this is done. Similarly, we can do for production. Okay. So in my production, my application will start on port 8084. And when I'll hit the info endpoint, it will return production as project environment. Let me set the profile as prod. So in order to do that, I'll set this property value, which is spring.profiles.active as production. So I've changed my property. Now it should pick properties from here. I'll go back to my browser, change the port to 8084. Okay, again, the same problem. I've changed this base path. So let me pick the base path. Let me remove this double. Although this double / is not breaking anything, but it's unnecessary. And you can see it's returning production here. So is this clear to everyone? Okay. Next is let's try UAT properties. Again, I'll go back here. I'll set the active port for UAT as 8083. So when my application will start, it should start on port 8083. But currently I've not set my active profile. So you can see it's still referring to production because active profile is prod. And here I've not put this, but let me put these things, actuator endpoints. Also, if I want to override this, and let's make it UAT so that it picks the properties from UAT and not from production. So here, when it will start, it should start on port 8083 because it's reading properties from this file. And we can see Tomcat started on port 8083. And actuator base path is this app/check because we have changed it. Let's change the port number here. So we can see UAT, user acceptance testing, here in the response. So this is how you do profiling. So is this clear, like how you do profiling in Spring Boot? You just write these files with this kind of a naming convention. And then you set the active profile from whichever file you want to read the properties on your application start. Kati, you have a command for that, how you can select your profile when you start your application. And Kati, that depends upon your CI/CD. Like what you do is, if you want to deploy this application on production, you build the jar, you provide your profile name, your main file name, like something like java-jar, your main file name with some property, and your profile name with some property. And like in Spring Boot, there is this property -c spring.profile something .active equal to UAT or prod. You build your jar, and for UAT jar, you deploy it on UAT server. Production jar, you deploy on production server. And when you build the dev jar, you set the active profile as dev, you build the jar and you deploy. If you're doing it manually, what you do is you set the dev for dev environment, you build jar of dev, and you deploy it on dev server. Does that answers your question? There's a property, you can just Google that property, Kati. Amod, like, can you set the profile at runtime? At runtime, it is not possible. Once the application is builded, the jar is builded, it will only refer the active profile.
No, so I was just saying that if you just right click on that class name, Spring Boot Bookstore Design.java, right click on it. Yeah, right click, then run, then go to run as run configuration. Yeah, go to run configuration, go to arguments. In the VM arguments below, you put -d, capital D, capital D, and then put the spring.profile.active. .profile.
Correct. Yeah, this is the property.
Active. Yeah, spring.profile profiles, I think profile.active equal to whatever you want. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, this is the same thing.
Same thing. And then run it. Yeah, so you don't have to give it here. You don't have to then give it this property in the application.property. You can keep running this dynamically.
Correct. That is another way of doing it. This is another way of doing it, but this is more simple, right? You just change from here, DevTools restart for you. You don't have to manually stop and start also.
Yes.
That's why I showed like the simple way. All right, so profiling is done. So what is profiling? You know it. It's for separating the cross-cutting concern logic of externalizing configuration into environment-specific property files. So we have separated the dev properties into dev, prod properties into prod, test properties into test, UAT into UAT. Imagine you have different databases for different environments. In that case, you'll have environment-specific values in your environment-specific property files. Like from dev, you'll connect to dev database. From production, you'll connect to production database. For test, you'll connect to test database, and for UAT, same way, like connect to UAT database. Okay, Nitin, we are giving this property to set the active profile. So when we say UAT, an application start, it will load properties from application-uat.properties. And which properties are not in UAT properties, it will load it from this. If you have added some properties here, it will prefer from here. So that's why this is called default properties. Yes,
Also, Samarth, I have a question. Like I've heard, and I guess from you itself, that in this application.properties, it's kind of a sequential way. Like you have to initialize the properties one after another based on some particular criteria. Like you cannot add this include before this info.project.
That's
Sorry,
right.
after this.
Correct. I
So,
got your point. That's why I said. Yeah, you cannot add it here.
yeah, so with respect to this only, I was asking that if you have added that line, suppose 19 Spring profiles active equal to UAT, and after this line, if you make any particular change, for example, server.port or something, so which
Let's try
thing
with
will
this
work?
one. No? Let's try this
Okay.
one. Here we are setting to this.
Like,
and in
so
UAT,
will it
let's
take the
set it
UAT
to,
or?
let's remove this. So in UAT, we want to keep actuator only.
Okay.
I think it will take this one because this is not present here.
Okay.
Or let's say in UAT,
Maybe
we want to make it app. Let's try this. So we can see our application is picking the UAT port. Let's check the logs only. From here only it will become clear. So it's picking the UAT one. So it gives preference to this, even though we had the property below this. You see?
Okay. So it will be like based on the profile, it will be taking that only, the property.
It will give preference to the profile property over the default property. If in that way, if the two properties are there in both the files, then the profile property is given preference over the default property. If the property is not there in the profile file, then the preference is given to the default property. Then this is inserted indirectly over here.
Okay, got it. Yeah, thank you.
All right. Let's go to the next one. Best resolution for port already in use problem. One is if you're using Windows. One is like you can just, let's say my port 8083 is already in use. I can just search for my Java process and terminate it. So you see, it's got terminated. This is one way. Next way is, let me show you another way, even better than this. I have the commands on my keep. Give me a moment. I've not used those commands from long time. Okay, Windows OS commands. So see, if you want to search your port, PID, you know that your application is giving, let's say, port 8083 already in use. You can just write this command, netstat-a find str port 8083. It will tell you the PID. Now you can kill this PID with this command. If you're using PowerShell, I think this kill command works, or vice versa. Let's try it out. So here we need to give this PID from above command. So it is 14836. And you can see successful. The process has been terminated. Our Spring Boot application has been terminated. If for any reason your Spring Boot application was running in background, you can just use these commands. Let me share these commands in the chat with everyone. So I showed you different ways, like you can change port number, you can terminate from task manager, your Java process. If you want to be specific, you can do it via this command. Okay, so this is done. Next is model design, package naming convention, and component scan. So let's understand the convention that we need to follow when we create new package names. So whenever we create new package name, let's say we are creating this config package name, we need to follow this convention. Base package name dot config, base package name, whatever our package name. So why you need to follow this convention is because component scan starts with your base package and it loads only your sub packages. So that's how Spring Boot application, Spring Boot framework is designed. So that's why you need to follow this convention when you're creating packages in your Spring Boot application. Yes, Ben, I will not recommend killing a random Java PID. Rather use the command way that I showed. Or even better, if you want to find the exact PID with the application name, you can also use this, let me show it, JConsole. Because there also you saw, right? We can see the PID. Like if I start my application, my PID will appear here. Here also in logs, it gives the PID. Here also it will give the PID. See, started Spring Boot application in 20 seconds. PID is also over here. It's somewhere on the start, I believe. But from here you can see, like, just cancel it, new connection, and here you can see 8516. Got it?
Yeah,
Another,
it says the PID at the top of the log, I think. Yeah, possibly.
yes, correct. Here on the top it gives.
Yeah.
Somewhere over here.
Seems
See
to
here.
be. I'll just search for PID.
Started this using Java version on div with PID.
Okay.
It also says the active profile in the properties that we have set it to UAT.
Mm-hmm.
It also says if you want to disable DevTools, you can use this property, add this property in your property file, set it to false, it will disable DevTools. So these are the things which logs provide. It also says like H2 console is enabled on localhost port number / H2 console. So these are the properties we have. All right, moving to the next one. So we have understood the convention we need to follow and why we need to follow, because component scan works that way. Let's create a Microstream Pojo class and implement the concept of encapsulation. Encapsulation means private fields and public getter setters. And for generating the getter setters and everything, we'll use the Eclipse IDE shortcut. We'll generate getter setters, toString, all args constructor, default constructor. So our it's a Pojo class. I've placed it in the model package. Let me set this to dev for now, active profile. It will start on port 8082. Let me close others. Let me open this model class Microstream. So you can see this is a simple Java Pojo class. Let me remove Lombok annotations. Let me delete these constructors. Okay, let me delete the all args constructor. All right, so you can see I have 3 fields. I don't have getter setters. I don't have anything, right? So how do I generate getter setter for these fields? I can do right click, source, generate getter setters, select all, or manually check these. Sort by getter setters after instruction name. Okay, I want to insert these getter setters after instructor name. generate, and you can see it has generated getter setters for me. I want to format, I'll press Control A, select everything, press Control Shift F and save this file, Control S. So this is how I can generate getter setters. Similarly, if I want to generate toString, same way, right click source, generate toString, select all, generate. If I want to generate hash code equals source, hash code equals generate. Easy, right? This is how we generate. But you see, this is so much of boilerplate code. Now let's say I want to generate constructor, source, generate constructor using fields. This is argument constructor. So let's say we know, right, in Java, if we create our own constructor, Java takes away the default constructor. If I want a default constructor also, so I'll do source, generate constructor using fields, unselect all fields, it will generate the default constructor. So it's so much that we see in this file. So this is what is like how we generate a model design, and this is how we generate everything with Eclipse IDE shortcut, so that we don't need to write all this code. We can do this with this shortcut. Is everyone clear with the shortcut? Like this, right click source generate web to generate everything you need for your Pojo class. All right. Next is test model design with command line runner. So let's say we want to create an object of that and we want to test it. Amit, I didn't get your question. Can we use record now as well instead of Lombok? You mean the Java 15, this case class kind of a thing? Yes, I mean, if you're using Java 15, I think we have this record classes, right? In Scala, it's called case classes. And so Java is also trying to compete with the functional languages in market. Functional style languages in market. So they have created this record kind of a thing, like how we have interface class till JDK 8. So from Java 15 or I think 11 or 15, I think they have this record classes, some switch expression cases or some new functionalities. All right, let's build an object of our Pojo class, since we are focusing and sticking on JDK 8 for our use case. Let's build a Microstream object.
Just as an aside, why have you called it Microstream? It's just because, what's the reason?
All right, so Microstream has funded this course. So just
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, got it. Sorry, yeah, of course, yeah, got it.
Course name,
Makes
course
sense.
type, instructor name. That.
Yeah.
So let's build this. Let's use the allargs constructor. Let's provide a course name. It's a string. So course name is, let's say, Spring Boot. Course type is IT. Instructor name is my name. Then let's print it. We are printing it. So here we can see it has printed Microstream, course name Spring Boot, course type IT, instructor name Samarth Narula. So this is how we do it. Okay, this is how we create object. This is how we test it. So on application start, whatever we write in this run method is executed as soon as the application starts. So one more thing, are you noticing something which is getting preference? So application starts on this line number 21 after execution of this line number 21. As soon as the application start, whether it's printing these sysouts or whether it's printing this Microstream object first. It's a kind of an interview question, a tricky interview question. So thought about asking you.
No, I think the Microstream will, the output of Microstream will not come.
It's printing it right here.
Oh, sorry.
So see, as soon as your application starts when line number 21 is executed. As soon as this line is executed, after that, whatever you write in your run method is executed, and then whatever you write below this is executed. That's a sequence of execution. This question is asked in some of the most difficult Spring Boot exams that you'll give for international like jobs. So thought about covering it. Amod, I'm not sure about application runner. I just use command line runner. I override this run method and whatever we write in this run method is executed as soon as the application starts. And application starts when this line number 21 is executed. Okay, so we have performed this hands-on. Okay, so time is 2:55. We started at 12:30. 1:30, 2:30. 2 hours have passed. Before we go to Lombok, we'll take a 5-10 minutes water break. Then we'll begin module 6, which is Lombok. Before we go on to the break, let's take a photo. Let me start my this screenshot recorder, like a screen recorder, and with that I can take screenshot also. All right, everyone can turn on their cameras and we can take a quick screenshot to have a memory together for the session. Just give me a moment. Let me take a screenshot, custom area. Everyone from all around the globe, let's have a snippet. Let everyone turn on, then I'll take. All right. Has everyone turned on? Just for a moment, guys.
I think Sinan wears an astronaut things.
How do you know that?
All right.
By the background.
I think Sinan come from Mars. Or not, Sinan. Are you from Mars?
No, the galaxy.
Okay, let's take one more. All right. And 4 students. Students. All right. Thank you, guys. Let me see how photos have come. Then we'll continue. Okay, nice photos have come. Tejas, your photo has also come without t-shirt.
Yeah, that's okay.
All right. I'll be posting it on LinkedIn. That's why I told you.
Hey, don't do that.
I'll blur you and post you.
Yeah. So if you want, you can take it another one. I'll wear my t-shirt.
All right. All right. You can wear your t-shirt because I just observed that in the photo. I thought, let me inform you. All right, guys. Let me just turn on the camera again. Tejas will wear his shirt. We'll take one more snippet. So guys who are joining now, there are some folks who are joining now. So let me tell you, just taking a screenshot. So everyone is turning on their cameras.
Sorry, Samarth.
No worries, no worries. All right, guys. For students, let me see. Right. Yeah, good pick. All right, we can continue with that session now. All right, so we were over here. Module 6, Introduction to the Lombok Framework. So let's understand what's Lombok Framework, how we can avoid boilerplate code with Lombok Framework, what it does. So basically Lombok is just a library we add to our POM file. We get some annotations. We use those annotations to cut the boilerplate code. Now, what is the boilerplate code? So here, these things is all args constructor, default constructor, getter methods, setter methods. These all things, hash code equals, these all things are boilerplate code. How about if we could generate all of this without actually using Eclipse IDE shortcut also, or without even typing? There's a better way to do it, which is called Lombok. So we can generate the default constructor by using @noargs constructor. We can generate an all-args constructor with using @all-args constructor. These are the Lombok annotations. So you can see these are the Lombok annotations. We can generate the getter methods by using @getter. You can press Ctrl O to see the structure of your project. You can see you have these three fields. You have all-args constructor, default constructor, getter methods. We don't have setter methods. So let's generate the setter methods also. Let's use the @setter annotation and let's press Ctrl O. And we can see now we have the setter methods also. Let's generate the toString. So let's say because you see without toString, my object looks like this. Now to have it in readable, I need to implement the toString method or override the toString for my Microstream class. Now I have the toString method here and I can see my object output in a readable format. If I want to have equals and hash code, I can write equals and hash code, press Ctrl O. You'll see it has generated equals, can equals, hash code method for me. So these are the Lombok annotations which we can use. And this is what it helps us to do. It helps us to avoid writing all that boilerplate code. So that's the use of Lombok framework. Is it clear to everyone what it does? All right. So we have avoided a lot of boilerplate code right now. Now let's move to the next hands-on. This is done. This we did in the start. We did the first time configuration of Lombok by linking the Lombok jar with our Eclipse IDE. We got rid of a lot of boilerplate code also. We saw how we can use Lombok annotations. These are Lombok annotations. Next is, all right, let's go to the next one, which is understanding the controller tier. I'm just wondering where I have the advanced Lombok part. So there is a convenience annotation also provided by Lombok. I'll come to that in the later part. So let's start with module 7 now, understanding the controller tier. Amit will come to the builder design pattern later on. That's in the later module. That's in the advanced controller module here. So I'll explain the builder design pattern, how you can implement with the Lombok. Okay, module 7, understanding the controller tier, understanding the controller class, mapping methods, and dispatcher servlet. So what are controllers? So controllers are simple Java file in Spring Boot that are marked with either of these two annotations, either with @controller annotation or @rest controller annotation. Now you must be thinking, what's the difference between @controller and @rest controller, right? So @rest controller annotation is a convenience annotation. Why? Because @rest controller annotation is a combination of @controller annotation and @response body annotation. So it's a convenience annotation which was introduced later on, because you generally use @controller and @response body together. Like if you use this, you have to add @response body annotation on top of your every API method, which I'll demonstrate when we move to the hands-on part. Then what are the type of HTTP methods and mapping in Spring Framework? So different HTTP methods are get method, post method, delete method, put method, patch method, and the respective annotations in Spring Boot are for get method, get mapping, post method, post mapping, and so on. What is dispatcher servlet? In Spring Boot, dispatcher servlet handles an incoming HTTP request and delegates the request to its respective controller mapping in controller file for processing and sending the response back. Too much technical, right? Let me make it simple. So in Spring Boot, what happens is whenever you execute any API, this is also API, this API request goes to dispatcher servlet in the background, and the dispatcher servlet then redirects that request to the appropriate controller file. So for actuator also, there is some controller file coming from the library of actuator. It's redirecting the request to that controller file, and it's matching that / whatever we have written like info or matrices. It's matching with that, and whatever code is below that matched URL, if it's a get URL, it will see, okay, get URL, then it will match this. And if it's matching, it will execute this method. And whatever this method is returning, it will return as an API response for this API. That is what is the meaning of dispatcher servlet. It's something which is between your browser and your Spring Boot application. So from your browser, whenever you make a request, or from anywhere you make a request, from any client you make a request, the request goes to dispatcher servlet. It then searches your controller files and tries to find the matching method, matching HTTP method and the URL, and it executes the method and it returns the response as API response. You'll understand it better when we start the execution. Okay, moving to the next one, hands-on. Understanding difference between @REST controller and @controller annotations. And we are going to learn the use of @get mapping annotation. So we'll learn how we can use these annotations, how we can use @controller, @response body annotation. We'll see practically the difference between these two annotations, and we'll learn the use of @get mapping annotation for creating RESTful GET API and how we can test it in our browser. Okay, this is too advanced for you right now. Let me open the simple controller file. This is a Microstream controller file. In order to mark it as a controller file, I'm going to annotate it with @controller annotation. Then I have a service. Before I go to service, let me show you simple. Let's say we have this get mapping /info. And let's say /info, it returns a string. And I want to return a simple string. Hello to the world of APIs. So this is my get info method, get mapping info, and it's returning hello to the world of APIs. And this is a simple API, get mapping API. So when from my browser, okay, let's see on which port it is running, what is my active profile and all. So let's go. Okay, it's running on port 8082. My active profile is dev 8082, correct. Now, okay, hello to the world of APIs. I want to execute this. I go to my browser. I write here localhost :8082 /info. Okay, it's giving error. Let's see. 404 not found. Get mapping info. Right. So you see you're getting a wrong response, and here also it's not giving any response correctly. So you need, if you're using @controller, you need to use @response body also. Now that I've added this, let's see if it works. Let's refresh this, and now it's working. So that is why I said I don't really like @controller annotation. I prefer @rest controller annotation, because if I use @controller annotation, I also have to use I also need to use @response body annotation on my API methods. So this is my controller file. This is my controller file, this microstream.java. And this is my API method. This is my API type. This API is a get API, and this is the URL. And this API returns a string, and this is the value it returns. And this is how you work with APIs. This is how simple it is. Okay, is everyone clear so far?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
Just one question: if we create microservices and our application are in different pieces, then that different pieces also communicate with each other with HTTP methods, right?
Correct. So you have libraries like REST template inbuilt in Spring Boot. If you want to use OpenFA client, you can add a separate dependency and do that. Let me share a project with you, which you can refer. Let me share OpenFA client. I think I have it in one of my repos. You'll have to search. I'll tell you which kind of repos you'll have to search. You'll have to search repos with these names. Yeah, kind of repos with these names. In one of these repos, you'll find that project also, maybe in remaining topics or additional topics. Yeah, here. This you can refer. Let me share the link in the chat. So you can download the projects over here, import this one and learn it. So that's not part of this today's course. You can just refer it, like you can refer videos on YouTube after learning from me, because you'll have the basic foundation and you can learn this and try it out. And also if you face issues with the YouTube videos, you can try my project out. You can understand from the video and try this project out, because I have built it, it will be working 100%. And if it's you are facing any issues, you can reach out to me on LinkedIn. Whenever I have some bandwidth, I'll connect with you and help you out. All right, coming back here. So we have built this simple application get API. Let's make it a little complex. Let's say we have this Microstream service IMPL class, and it returns us a Microstream object. It also logs inside get info method, and it returns this Microstream object, course name as Spring Boot and Spring Cloud. Course type as information technology, instructor name as Samarth Narula, and it also has this get custom info. And this is a service class, that's why it's annotated with @service, and it implements the Microstream service interface, which defines the skeleton of this class, that these two methods should be provided. Here in the service package, we have placed our interface Microstream service, you can see. All right. So this is about this. Then how do we create object of this class in our controller? We create object of this class by using @autowired annotation. Okay, before coming to this, let me just get rid of this. I prefer using REST controller so that I don't need to add this response body annotation every time above every method. So in core Java, how do you create objects? You create objects like this, right? Let me show you how you create objects. You create objects like this, right? If you want to create object of Microstream service, either you give the same reference name or you give the interface reference name. It will automatically create the object of Microstream service IMPL, the new keyword part which you have written. So this is one way to do it. And let me just remove this. Now, when you'll execute get info, it will return you a Microstream object. So it will come from here. All right, let's execute this. So here you can see it's returning a microstream object. Whatever we have passed, it's returning. So, and also we don't need to use response body because we have used the convenience annotation @ REST controller. If you place mouse over this, you'll see it's a convenience annotation, that is, it is itself annotated with @ controller and @ response body. If you go inside the controller, you'll see it's annotated with these two annotations. So it's a combination of two annotations. All right, this is about this. Okay, so this is the core Java way, right? So we are not doing the core Java way. We are the Spring Boot guys. We don't want to write much code. So this is the way we do it. We just auto-wire the interface. It will automatically create object of Microstream service IMPL, and you can test it out. See, it's working properly. So is this clear to everyone how you create APIs, how you create objects of classes in Spring Boot by using auto-wired annotation? So this is called IOC also. This is a dependency injection. We are injecting Microstream service class over here in the controller class by using @auto-wired annotation. Basically just creating object of this class. What we are doing in core Java way this way, we are doing the same thing in Spring Boot by using auto-wired and just writing the interface name and the reference name. That's all.
And it creates a single object, isn't it? It's only one object that it creates.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Correct. Now, do you have this question? How about if this interface has been implemented by, let's say, 2 classes? What will happen then? I'll answer that question by the end of today's session if we have time left. Otherwise,
we have to, so there is an annotation called primary and qualifiers. You have to use that.
Correct. That's one more way. I have discovered my own way. I'll also demonstrate that. But that will be just remind me if we finish everything today on time, I'll show that. Otherwise, if we finish everything tomorrow before time, I'll show that. Okay. Because first we need to stick to what's in the agenda. Then I'll show these additional things, how you can break things, how you can make things. So just remind me of that if I forget, if we finish before time today. Okay, moving back here. So we have completed till, okay, this one is done. Okay, let's create a post API. So what you learned right now was get API. How about creating a post API? Simple. If you want to create a post API, all you do is use @post mapping, your path, your method, normal method. And whenever you hit this custom info, it will return you a customized info. You cannot execute your post APIs from your browser. So you need to use Postman for that. So I have a Postman plugin installed from Chrome Web Store. I'll launch it. So my port number is 8082, custom info, course name, course type, instructor name. So this is how you create the URL. HTTP, you select the HTTP method. You open this new tab over here. Okay. And you write your localhost 8082 / custom info is coming from here. Then these fields become your path params or your query params. We can say these are query params, not path params. For query params, you have this question mark course name. You simply copied this course name, pasted here, equal to the value Spring Boot, and course type. You copy it, you paste it here, equal to IT, and instructor name Samarth Narula. And this is the response you get. So this is how you do it. Also, let me show params. You can select this params and you can write the params here. This is much better if you directly write it from here. For Spring Boot, you'll have to write that %20 between Spring and Boot. if you don't use this params and if you directly write the API. So better use this params feature in Postman and write it like this. So you don't need to write the %20 for a space character. So it's much better way. So is this clear how you can use Postman for executing post APIs? Although you'll not need it because we'll be learning how to create API documentation in my course. So is it clear to everyone?
Yes.
All right, so this is done. Yeah, let's learn one more convenience annotation, which is @data. It's a Lombok convenience annotation. Now, first of all, you must be thinking, oh, wow, I'm avoiding so much boilerplate code by using these Lombok annotations, right? I'm generating so many things in the background. We can even avoid the boilerplate code of using these annotations. Let me show you how. So Lombok is providing this convenience annotation @data. So this @data annotation is a combination of getter, setter, required args constructor, toString, equals, and hash code. So I don't need this also. So it's a convenience annotation. Let's create our constructors first and then getter, setter methods. So just sequenced it like this. First, it will create all args constructor. We know if it creates all args constructor, Java takes away the default constructor. So we create default constructor, then we create our getter, setters, toStrings, equals, and hash code, and also required args constructor. So there is no required args constructor here because this class is not created like that. There are no final fields. All right, so this is about the convenience annotation @data. So you can see over here, we'll have everything we need: getter, setter, equals, hash code, toString. So this is coming all from this one annotation. So instead of using so many annotations, we have used this one annotation, which is a convenience annotation because it's equivalent to using these 5 annotations. So instead of using these 5 annotations separately, you just use one annotation. Okay, before we go to Swagger,
So what?
any doubts? Yeah.
Samarth, yeah.
Yes,
So
please.
Samarth, what is the required argument constructor?
Okay, all args constructor is a constructor with all fields. Like, let me show you how it looks. This is a all args constructor.
Correct.
So the same thing we are
No,
creating using Lombok.
no required argument constructor that I'm talking about.
Required args constructor. Okay. So you are familiar with immutable classes?
Yes.
Okay, so in immutable classes, once the object is created, you cannot modify the fields, right? That means for your immutable class, you're having final fields, correct? And you set the values from all args constructor. You have one all args constructor. So, and you have only getter methods, correct?
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
So for that, if it's using this required args constructor. So if you use required args constructor, so it will have a constructor with only like this one. Right now we have all args constructor. So let's remove all args. So let me show you all required args. Yeah, see, it's generating a constructor with only this course name, because it's a required argument for creating object of this class now.
Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, understood. Yeah.
All right. So this is this.
Samarth. Yeah.
Yes.
Can you please briefly explain context and dependency injection and inversion of control? Because I think this concept is very important going forward. So can you please explain?
See, dependency injection is this object creation which you saw. This was the core Java way. So we did it in this way. Now, which object to create in core Java, we have to mention it, right? This is an interface, Microstream service. It's an interface. This is a class. So how does it comes to know that it has to build object of this class? So that is the IOC, inversion of control. Spring Boot is automatically identifying, okay, for this interface, there are how many concrete implementing classes. It identifies, okay, there is only one concrete implementing class. So let me build object of that. That's the IOC. And DI dependency injection is this, like this is the way of injecting dependency. We are creating object of Microstream service by wiring it over here. So this is only DI and IOC.
So by using the annotation at AutoWire, so this means you are using dependency injection.
Correct.
Okay. And what about bean at bean?
That is for configuration. We'll come to that over here. That's for providing some configurations.
Okay, okay, got it. Thank you.
So we'll take a 10 minutes break and we'll continue with next module, which is module 8. After that is the module that everyone will love because it will show them things, how easily it can be done with Spring Boot and Lombok combined together. So in my course, I combine these frameworks together to create a new kind of a coding pattern, which helps you to code very fast and very efficiently and with the minimum boilerplate code. Okay. Module 8, Introduction to Swagger API. Hands-on, understanding and configuring Swagger UI. As part of this hands-on, you'll learn about how to configure Swagger UI and how to get the API documentation for your application. So this is the config package and this is the config class. Before coming to config class, let me show you the POM file. So Swagger Fox dependencies are supported till version 2.5.6, but not above this. So here you can see like I've added the Swagger dependencies. So these are the Swagger dependencies. Spring Fox Swagger 2, Spring Fox Swagger UI, and the compatible version is 2.9.2. So this version is compatible with 2.5.6 Spring Boot parent version. Coming to the Swagger config, here, let me remove this API info for now. So I'm just making it basic. So you can see since it's a Swagger configuration file, since it's a configuration file, first of all, so it's annotated with @configuration. Since it's a Swagger configuration file, it has been annotated with @enable Swagger 2. And since this is the configuration that I'm adding, I've annotated it with @bean. And this is some boilerplate code below, which you see because it's a configuration part. And this group name, you can provide whatever you like as per your application. Since in today's course, in this fundamental course, we're going to design a bookstore application. So I've written this as bookstore API. And here I need to provide the path of my controller package. So where my controller files are. So my controller files are in this package, com.microstream.controller. So I provided this package name over here as base package. And here, this is also kind of a builder design pattern. That's why in the end we have .build. So it's a boilerplate code. You just need to copy this class, paste it in your new Spring Boot application, add the dependencies, copy the dependencies from here, add to your new Spring Boot application if you're building a new one, and copy this class, paste it into your new Spring Boot application into package, some package like this. And to ensure you provide the correct package name, your correct controller package name. This is the most important. Now, once you've added this, that's it. That's all you need to do. Now you go back here. Now you type here localhost : your port number swagger-ui.html. And this is the API documentation. That group ID that you saw here, saw in the code over here, this thing. This appears on the top in select a spec. And this is the controller file which you have seen. So let's expand this. And these are the two controllers, two APIs that we have built. Info API, write out, execute. It returns information about our application. Now we don't need to use Postman. We can execute from this browser Swagger UI. We can give course name as Spring Boot and Spring Cloud. Course type IT, instructor name Sam, execute. And you can see it is returning this customized response. So it makes a life more simple. So I generally prefer using Swagger UI. I enable Swagger UI for my Spring Boot applications than using Postman, because whenever you build a new API in Postman, again, you have to go open new tab, select this type the URL, type the parameters. In order to avoid that, I just use this. It automatically generates this documentation for me. Even if I create a new API, okay, let's say I want to create a new API, get info to. Okay, I just wrapped the same method with another API. Now all I need to do is come back to this Swagger, refresh this page, expand, and I'll see my new info2. This is how simple it becomes. I don't need to write it again in Post, like how I have to do in Postman. With my new APIs also, it automatically generates. I just need to refresh my Swagger UI. So this is how simple it is to configure and use Swagger Fox space Swagger UI. So the Swagger UI we have seen, we have built it, we have used the Spring Fox framework. So don't confuse yourself. It's just a dependency that I've added, Spring Fox dependency. Just added these two dependencies. The next thing is it is used for generating API documentation. So this is nothing but API documentation. It helps developer for rapid API testing. As you saw, I could quickly build a new API and test it out. Now I've removed this API, so I can just test it by refreshing, and I'll see, okay, that API is gone from my application. It also bridges the gap between developer and business analyst, as you can show the business analyst that, okay, if you provide this data, it will return you this kind of a data. So it helps to bridge the gap between developer and business analyst. So that's about Swagger UI. And is this clear to everyone? Before we move to customizing the API info, this is nothing but API info. If it's clear, you can write clear in the chat. Yes, so Kati, latest version and Swagger, right? What's the problem? So they have some conflict, some internal framework conflict. So even if you add what is mentioned on the pages on Stack Overflow, it will work. But if you add the actuator dependency also, it starts to break. Like with other dependencies, it starts to break. So with the latest version, I recommend using Spring Doc, and Pivotal guys have also recommended using Spring Doc. Till 2.5.6, you can use Swagger Doc, Swagger Fox. I'll be showing you Spring Doc, don't worry, because the Spring, this Microstream project that is there, it's built using Java 11 and latest, nearly latest Spring Boot framework till last month, which was around 2.6.7. And here, since Swagger Fox is not supported, I have used Spring Doc. I'll show you how to configure that also when we'll come to the Microstream part. Okay, so this is done. Yeah, customizing the API info. What is API info? This is API info. How do I get rid of this API documentation? These things, how do I customize this? I can customize it by writing API info. Like I need to write this builder code over here and enable this method. So I've just added this API info and I'm providing this API info. So terms of service URL will become this. Title, what you were seeing, API documentation will become Bookstore API. Description will be relevant and contact information can be relevant. License URL, everything you can provide. This is just a fake license URL. There's no website like this. I'm not sure about that. I just wrote it like this. Let's refresh this. And you can see it is customizing my API info. In your company, you can provide your company website in contact information and license URL if you want to provide some license URL for the product that your customers are using. This is about customizing API info. Okay, module 8 is finished. Any questions before we proceed to module 9? So yeah, we have around 17 modules for today.
Where does JAX WS and JAX RS come to the picture here? Like in
That is in
API?
reactive programming. We are not covering that.
Okay, okay. I think that is maybe related to Java EE.
Yeah. I mean, in Spring Boot also I've seen, but I've not used it personally. Like, because I've worked on creation of like building APIs, creating good microservice application architectures, in which I've not explored that reactive part, but other parts I've explored. There are multiple things. It's a whole ocean. So these are the best things that are there that you should know. Rest of the things you can learn once you know these things.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Module 9, Advanced Concept Implementation in Controller Tier. Use of Lombok annotations. We have already seen this to further remove the boilerplate code of implementing constructor injection pattern. So we have seen this, right? How to use these annotations. Now, what is telescoping constructor pattern? Telescoping constructor pattern simply means creating all possible kind of constructors for these three fields. How many constructors are possible for these three fields? Any guess?
Three,
4.
including default
Three
constructor.
constructors are already there. One with just this, one with just this, one with just this, one with these two, one with these two, one with all three. So 6 possible constructors. The way to find it in Java is 3 factorial, number of fields factorial. 3 factorial is what? 3 into 2 into 2 into 1, right? 3 factorial is equal to 3 into 2 into 1, which is equals to 6. This is a shortcut. Okay, moving to next one. Telescoping constructor is just that. Now, we'll not waste our time in generating all possible type of constructors because it's a bad design pattern. So what's the best alternative to telescoping constructor design pattern is to implement builder design pattern. Now, builder pattern code, if I show you, it's very complex. I have a course on this on Udemy. You can just explore that also to understand Java basic builder design pattern. You can follow me on GitHub to get these my courses which I launch and my repositories just to have a quick access. I also follow the people who I find having resourceful for the domains where I'm learning or I'm trying to get into. So this is the course which explains Java design patterns, creational design patterns, which involves builder design pattern. This is having very complex implementation, advanced implementation. Also, I have a repository. If you're very good with Java, you can directly learn it by referring this repository. So these are the two repositories, CD1, CD2. So in this, builder is in the first one, CD1 itself. I'm sharing the links in the chat. So I'll not be explaining you how we do it in core Java because that's not the part, but I'll be showing you how you can generate the entire builder pattern by using one annotation @builder. Now, if you see the skeleton of this project, you'll see we have a static inner class, and this is the way builder pattern generates a builder class for us. So it's building the static inner class Microstream builder with these 3 fields and these methods which returns this builder, and when you use .build, it returns Microstream. So this is how we enable builder design pattern for a Pojo class or any class in Spring Boot, and by using Lombok @builder. Now, if I want to create object of Microstream by using builder design pattern, it's very simple. This is how we do it: Microstream.builder.
So basically it's for a dynamic or constructor creation, right?
No, it's for builder design pattern creation. So see, this is the builder code, right? You have not written this code, but you are having this code. This is coming from this builder code, this dot builder annotation. Course name, Spring Boot, Spring Cloud, dot course type, IT, dot instructor name, Samarth, dot build. This is how we build objects. Now we can wrap it with a sysout in a single line. And if you want to see it in more readable format, you can do like this. Something like or you can set the kind of formatting in this way. Right now, my default formatting formats it in this normal way only. So you can see I've built an object of Microstream now by using builder design pattern. And if you forget this dot build, it will return you object of builder instead of, it will return you object of Microstream builder, your static inner class instead of Microstream. So you'll see it is saying Microstream builder and the fields because it's returning the object of static inner class. Now, if you write dot build, it will return you the correct object. Because if you see the code here, the static inner class code, for these things, course name like dot course name, it is returning Microstream builder. Then you're doing dot on that and setting course type, dot on that setting instructor name. So when you're setting instructor name, it is not returning object of Microstream. It is returning object of Microstream builder. When you do this dot build, that time it actually returns you object of Microstream. You see this? This for understanding this, you need to understand builder design pattern. So in the code Java, how it's done. But right now I've shared the repos from where you can learn and how you can do it in Spring Boot without writing all of that code. Because we have used Lombok Annotation @builder, which is generating all of those things in background for us. Even if you don't know how builder is created, you just need to use this. Once you use this builder, you can write code like this in line. So builder design pattern is used for complex object creation. This is a simple object although, but let me show you how does a complex object looks like. So a complex object will look like something like, I have this full name class, right? So I'll be using this. Now this has become a complex object because I have one object inside another. Let me correct the code everywhere now. So here it will have two things because my full name is having two fields, first name, last name, and this is itself having builder. So let me have first name, string, last name. Pass this over here. Also, let me correct over here. I have corrected here. Yeah, this is returning first name, last name. Okay, it's returning object of new full name. So new.
Yeah.
I can use builder also over here. How about I use builder? I can use all args constructor. I can use builder. Anything that I like to use. Builder.
So is it necessary to annotate @ all argument constructor and @ data for builder to work?
Yes, yes. Sadly,
Okay.
yes. They should have, made it a convenient annotation, but we can see it's not really convenient annotation.
Yeah,
Right?
but still the difference between no args and all args is still little a question for me.
No args means default without any fields.
No, sorry, all args and required argument.
Required arg, as I mentioned, if you have any final fields, it's a constructor for that.
Okay.
Here also I need to correct about. Let me do a shortcut. New. Here in some simple classes now, this all args is better than using builder. Only for complex classes, builder is better. Done. Here also I need to fix. Now let me show you here how it looks like. Builder pattern. Now instead of this instructor name, what do I have? Full name, correct? But the field name is what? Instructor name. That means inside this I don't have string, I have full name. So I need to create full name. Either I can do like this. First name, Samarth. Last name, Narula. This is one way. Or I can use a builder pattern here. So what I can do is, inside this, I'll use full name class dot builder dot first name Samarth and dot last name. Sorry, this has to be here. This has to be, I don't know, this is getting last name dot build and so this is how it is done. I'll show you the use of @SLF4J annotation. It's a Lombok annotation. We'll come to that. But right now, this is how you can use builder inside builder. So this is called builder inside builder. We had this simple Microstream class. Okay, here we have some error. Let me fix this. Yes, so this also we need to modify right now. Let me hard code it for now. Okay, I'm just hard coding. Let me correct it only. I need to correct this method also. Okay, it's correct. I need to go here, first name, last name. It's added here, right? What is wrong? Full name. It is saying string, full name. So I'm returning it full name in type Microstream. Okay, here I had to change to full name. Okay, this is gone. What error does this has? Okay, let me just revert it here. First name, last name, first name, last name. I'm just overriding, passing, creating object, sending it back. Here it is giving error, right? So it's using object of what? It's using object of this. This is having what? Acha, it is having first name and last name. That's the problem. And I've used this full name. I know using builder sometimes can be complex, but that's the recommended design pattern for complex object creation. Done, all problems solved. So this is how we create builder pattern, and you have seen how we can test the code when we use builder pattern. Any doubts like how you write the builder pattern code? I've just demonstrated live.
Did you change it in the controller as well, the Microstream controller?
Yeah, that is
Yeah.
because I changed the Pojo class. Now it was string
Yeah.
for instructor name. So I had to make the same change everywhere. Like first change starts from this service file. Okay. Because in service file, I was creating object of Microstream for get info, and here also for get custom info also, you can see I was creating object of Microstream. Now it was no longer, instructor name was no longer a string. So it was full name. And full name is a class in itself, which is having two strings, first name, last name. So for doing that, what I had to do was I had to change this to either full name or first name, last name. So I used this method, first name, last name, and I created object of full name over here by using builder pattern.
Sure. And have you changed the post mapping for the controller?
Correct.
For the
And here you can
Microstream.
see I have not used a builder. I've used a new word, like new keyword, all args constructor.
Can we just look at the Microstream controller briefly?
Sure. So see,
Yeah.
after making changes here, I had to make same changes in the controller. Let me close others because too many tabs are open. Microstream controller. So in Microstream controller, I auto wire my service so that I have created object of this service so that I can call these two methods. Just a wrapper. Okay. Now here you can see I'm calling this get info, which is not giving any problem because it simply goes and picks the code from here and it returns this Microstream object. But for custom info, I'm providing this information. So I was getting confused here. I was trying to create new full class over here. And because of that, it was breaking because here it needs first name, last name, not full name, not something like full name, full name.
Yeah, in the service. Okay.
Got it? Like this was the
Yeah.
problem.
Got it. Yeah.
Because I was coding so fast and speaking also, so I had got confused. But later I just corrected it. Okay, so this is done. Is everyone clear with builder pattern? Guys, what are these numbers? 3, 9, 9, 6, 8.
That was us trying to answer your question. It was quite a good point.
Okay, okay,
Factorial,
yeah.
Factorial, yeah.
Correct. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so complex object creation is done. We have seen how we can build complex objects. So by complex objects, what do we mean? Until this was string, this was a simple object. As soon as we change the instructor name from string to a full name, which is a class in itself, it became a complex object. Okay, now you understand what is simple object and complex object in programming in general. When you have object inside object, that's a complex object. When you don't have any other object inside your object, it's a simple object. String is not considered as complex object because it comes with the Java itself. Although it's a class, but still. Okay, moving to module 10. Before we move to module 10, any questions?
Yeah, I was struggling a bit with the Postman because you had a Postman Chrome thing. Maybe later on we could look at that.
You'll not really need Postman also, right? You can use Swagger UI.
Yeah, Swagger and Postman. Yeah. Do you have the interceptor with the Postman API the Chrome extension, or did you just use it in Postman?
I installed the Chrome Web Store from Chrome Web Store.
Excellent Postman thing. Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Share the link. Okay. Introduction to service tier. Then creating service class out of controller methods, extracting out service contract to use @component. Okay. So this we have already done. So this is the controller. Imagine if we don't have the service classes, we'll have the code inside the service classes directly here, right? Now you see what's the use of service classes. We can also write it like this, right? We don't really need service classes in that case. But why we create service class? Because it's the way to do it in Spring Boot. Like we should place, this is our business logic for our application, like returning these values. This is our business logic. So we should place our business logic in service class. That's why we have not kept it over here. Instead, we have kept it in the Microstream service IMPL over here. And we have created object of this in the controller. And after creating object, we are using this object reference and calling this get info method and returning the same thing. So that's the way. Like if you want to very quickly create, you don't need to even create service classes. You can directly write your business logic in controller, but it's not a good practice. Good practice is to have your business logic in your service class, and from controller class, you just call the methods of your service class. Is it clear? And out of this Microstream service IMPL, you can see I've extracted out this interface, Microstream service interface. And there is a shortcut for this also. Right click, refactor, extract interface, give the name that you want, select the methods, click OK. So this is how you can extract the interface also, and then drag it to your appropriate directory wherever you want to place it. You can also place it in the same directory. By default, the generated interface will be in the same directory as your class. So yeah, for the interface, you can use @ component, and if you don't want to use @ component, it's no longer mandatory. With the Spring Boot versions 2 forward, like from 2 onwards, you no longer need it. Component scan will still load this, so there is no problem. You can see application is running fine. But if you want to add it, you can add it. It has become optional now. Okay, this is the next hands-on. Initializing logger with Lombok annotations. So generally, how do you initialize logger in your classes? You write that logger factory something equal to dot create logging, right? In Lombok, we have something better. We just use this annotation @slf4j, and it basically initializes a logger for us. You can see this is the logger, and the reference name is log. It returns logger. Now, if I want to, print this instead of using sysout, I want to use my own thing. So how I can do it is I can write here log dot info. So I can do info level logging. I can do trace level logging, warn level logging. Let me show you that. Debug level logging, error level logging, info level logging, trace level logging, warn level logging. So these are the different levels of logging supported by this logger. Now let's do info level logging, and let's copy this. Paste it here. Let's do it in a functional way. I don't want to do this plus way. I want to use the logger.info, which takes formatter. Okay, this object arc and format. So I'll write it like this in functional style, and it will evaluate in this place the Microstream object. Here you can see in place of this double quote, it has evaluated this object and printed it. You see how you can initialize logger with Lombok, and how you can use and how you can write functional style code. It's so easy.
Can you please elaborate, like what are other ways to write this?
Logger?
No, not logger. So basically this functional style.
Yeah, so this is one I'm aware. There are multiple others, but I've never explored them. Like you can
Okay.
Google it. Like this is one which just does the job for me, so I use it. Like if you have 2 objects, something like this also, you can separate it by comma. Put 2 objects, comma separated here also. That is also one more I've seen. But you'll have to try it out. Some things you'll not find on Google also. Next is this is info level logging. So on the right, you can see it says info. Now, if you make it error, it will say error. See, it's saying error. Although it's not an error, it's just information. So that's why I've used info, but I just wanted to show you, you can customize it the way you like. Is this clear? Okay, so this is done. Guys from Europe, guys, what's the time there? CEST time right now? Is it your lunch time?
It's 20 to 12 in the UK. So
+1 in the Netherlands.
yeah, +1 in the Netherlands. Yeah. So 140 in, sorry, 12:40 in the Netherlands. Yeah.
12:40, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So
It
I'll
is
give you
nice
lunch.
time to have a lunch.
Before we begin, then this one, I'll give you your lunch break of 1 hour. Then we can continue with the next module.
Excellent.
So I'll put a 1 hour break. Before we go to break, any doubts?
Any particular reason of using @service, or it's just to just differentiate that okay, it's a service class and a
It's to
component class?
differentiate. From latest version, it doesn't matter. It's to differentiate. I mean, if you don't use @service now, you won't be able to use @autowire also. You'll have to do it in core Java then. It becomes your core Java code. I mean, Spring Boot won't be able to say, okay, this is the dependency that it needs to manage by using auto wiring.
No, actually, like on the interface level, we used component, and
That is
there
also
we
there,
used
but it's not needed. I mean, we can get rid of it. It's no longer required from the latest versions.
Okay.
Introduction to embedded database. So let's understand what's embedded database, when to use embedded database. So what is embedded database? As the name implies, it's an embedded database. So it doesn't runs as a separate process like your normal databases. When I say the word normal databases, what I mean? Normal databases means like your MySQL database, Postgres database, Oracle database. So it's different than that, because those databases, they run as a separate instance, right? They run as a separate instance on your laptop or on your server. Let me see if I have, okay, I saw Postgres. So see, these runs as separate processes, but your embedded databases don't run as separate processes. They run inside your Spring Boot application. Let's understand this with help of a diagram. So we know that the Spring Boot application that we are running is a Java based application. So it means it runs on JVM. So we have JDK installed on this laptop. So we have JVM running in my operating system. So inside this JVM, my Spring Boot application is running. How it is running? It has this embedded Tomcat server that we see on application start. And this embedded Tomcat server is coming from where? It is coming from the web dependency that we have added in the POM file. And here you can see it's an embedded Tomcat server. And here we can see, like, when we'll enable embedded database, it will run inside this embedded Tomcat server. So this is where and how does embedded database server runs. It doesn't run as a separate process. It runs as your Java process itself. That means if my Spring Boot application is running, and if I terminate my Java process, if I terminate this, will it terminate my embedded database or will it remain? What do you think? This embedded database is inside this embedded Tomcat server. So if I terminate my embedded Tomcat server, will it remain? It's not having any persistent storage. All the data is stored in the JVM heap itself. Yes, it will terminate. So all the data that you persisted when your application was running into the embedded database, will it be lost or will it retain? Perfect. it will be lost. So that's the meaning of embedded database. It is a temporary database. It's used for temporary data storage. And when should you use embedded database? You should use embedded database H2. So H2 is the database name. You should use this when you have temporary data storage requirement, when you're architecting your applications from scratch. So when you're architecting your applications from scratch, you are not sure about the schema structure that you'll be using, right? So you have to do a lot of re-architecting of tables, because let's say you're going with code first approach or table first approach, no matter which like code first approach or application first approach, no matter which approach you use, but you can never be sure about the schema from the start. It will definitely change at some point of time. So when you're architecting your application from scratch, initially use H2 and later change it to a normal database. So in this way, you'll have, you can rapidly develop your application. You don't have to worry about cleanup, because as soon as you terminate your application and you start it again, all the data persisted is lost. So you don't have to do the cleanup every time you're testing something. So it's good for architecting your applications from scratch. Also, you should not use H2 database when you want to store too much data, because all the data that you store in H2 database is saved in your RAM. So it's not a good choice. You can also use H2 database if you have if you're working in a service-based company, you have a new customer, they have not given you the cloud H2, the cloud database credentials, or they have not provided you their database credentials, and you want to do your development work. So rather than storing data into array list and all, you can use JPA and you can use H2, so that your methods become ready and you can save it to your H2 database. And once they provide the database credentials, you just need to go to the property file and change the value for these. Like you just need to provide here, change this to the MySQL. If your client has provided you MySQL, change it with the MySQL data source URL, driver name, change it to MySQL driver name, and username and password, whatever will be provided to you. It is also good if you're creating some technical POC, which is proof of concept, or POT, or max to max for MVP. Let's say you have started a product-based company and you want to create a MVP product. For that, you can just create and represent that product for the investors and get the investment, and then move to a persistent normal database. Hands-on. Configuring H2 database. So in order to configure H2 database, all you need to do is you need to add, first of all, this com.h2 database dependency here. Next thing you need to do is you need to go to your property file. My active profile is dev, so I'll go to dev property file. You need to add these properties. First is spring.h2.console.enable true. This gives you a UI to query your database. Then you need to set the data source URL. In this URL, this is the part which you'll change application to application. This is your database name. So my database name is Bookstore dev DB. Driver class name, this will remain same for H2. Username, password, you can change it to whatever you like. So now you understand the H2 dependency that is been added to the POM file. I've explained you how to configure. It's time to see how we can access it. So let's open a new tab. Let's navigate to H2-console. This is the login page of H2. Now we need to put the appropriate JDBC URL. Also, if you're seeing this something else, saved setting, change it to generic H2 server. Driver class name H2.driver. JDBC URL, I'll just copy from here. Paste it. Copy the username. Paste this. Copy the password. Paste it. You can test the connection if you like. It says test successful. Okay, I need to again enter the password. If I click on test connection, it removes the password. Now I can connect to the database, and you can see I have one table, bookstore, and it has no data in it. So these are the 3 columns: ID, books, names. So this table is created from an entity class. I'll explain you the entity class when we'll come to the entity part. For now, let me show you how you can use this UI. So here are some sample queries. I just clicked on it. It got printed here. You can select a query and run a selected query, or you can run multiple queries. So you need to select and you need to click on this run selected. And you can do the same, like you can just select, run, select, run selected, select, run selected. If you want to run everything, press this run, it will execute all the queries. So you can see it executed first drop table if exist, updated 0, took 1 millisecond for execution of this query. Executed create table test with ID as primary key, name as a string, which is varchar, and update count 0 milliseconds. It was like instant. And here you can see the data. So this is how you can navigate or use your query. Now, if you want to clear all queries, you can click this clear. If you want to turn on autocomplete, you can turn on this autocomplete. You can turn off the autocomplete. Max rows, you can select anything that you like. Auto commit also you can turn off. If you want to refresh the database connection, you can refresh this if your browser session has expired. If you want to disconnect to the database, you can press this disconnect and it will be disconnected from the database. So this is how you can access your H2 console. Now same thing we can do for all the this. So let me close to the left. Okay. Now let's say I want to access the production database. So let's set the production database. Let's add these properties here. So I'm setting the production database. Similarly, we can enable the UAT database, test database. So we have enabled the different databases. Now, if I want to access the prod database, first of all, I need to set the active profile as prod. Now, when my application starts, it will connect to this embedded database and it will be accessible through these credentials. So my application has started, it's running on port 8084. I need to change the port from here. Now, instead of dev, it will be prod. And username is prod bookstore. Password is bookstore@123. This is how we can access it. And if you don't want to pass these properties from code for your production or for your UAT environment, what you can do is you can, while starting the jar, you can pass the arguments the same way like you saw. From command line also it is possible. You just need to go to arguments, use this --, your property name and your password. And if you're running this through some CI/CD, you can store these credentials into Vault or any storage that you feel is comfortable, or in AWS if you're using AWS Secret Manager. And for accessing that secret, you'll have another key which will be rotating every 7 days. So all those kind of security mechanism, which we called as SecOps, security operations, you can implement into your DevOps. All right, coming back here. Okay, accessing different environment databases. So I've demonstrated how to access dev and how to access prod. In similar way, we can also access UAT if we change this to UAT. We can access test if we change it to test. Is it clear to everyone? If it's clear, you can write clear in the chat. I'll move to the next one. Okay, this is also done, how to use H2. Now comes the part, what are entity classes? So you can imagine you have this bookstore entity class, which has these fields, ID, name, books. And you can see it has the getter setter methods. Since it's an entity class, it has been annotated with @entity. And in JPA, this is a JPA annotation. We need to define a primary key mandatorily. So we make this long ID field as primary key by using @ID JPA annotation. And when the application starts, this bookstore class, which is an entity class, gets mapped to a bookstore database table, which has these columns, ID, name, books. And you can imagine if you create object of bookstore, use JPA method to save that object, the save method, save and flush method of JPA to save that object. It will be stored like this. ID field will turn into ID column, name field will turn into name column, books field will turn into books column. Coming to the hands-on part, difference between normal DTO and entity DTO. So here you can see this Microstream was a normal DTO class. It was not an entity class. So when I started the application, it didn't get mapped to database as a database table. Since this bookstore is an entity class, on application start, this gets mapped to database as a bookstore table with these columns. ID field got converted to ID column, books field got converted to books column, name field got converted to name column. So these fields get converted to their respective columns. And in JPA, just you need to remember these are the two annotations, @entity on top of your class and @ID for defining your primary key. This is mandatory. This is your JPA class, entity class. If you want to insert values into your bookstore, you can just write, let me turn on autocomplete, refresh bookstore. Let me copy the password. Let's turn on autocomplete, insert into bookstore values. First of all, you can see the sequence from here. ID is a long, so 1, and books is a string. So let's say book 1, book 2. Bookstore name is again a string. So let's say bookstore 1. Now let's select this, run selected, inserted. Let's select this. Yeah, so you can see it has got inserted. This is how it looks. Okay, so Isaac has a question. Why do we see column names in capital? So that is how it is. JPA maps it, and this is how it looks in the table. If you don't want to look at it, if you don't want to see it in capital, what you can do is you can customize the column name by using @column annotation. And make it lowercase. I think this will work. Let me see what is breaking. String name. Name. Okay, it got fixed. We just needed to use this attribute. By default also it should work, but it was giving error. Now it will become lowercase. Let's refresh. Reconnect. For now, let me remove the password. Otherwise, we'll be resetting it every time. Okay, still it appears in uppercase only. So it seems like it is this way only. Even if you make it this, it is not going to do this. But if we name it like bookstore, it will appear in uppercase only. If I change it to bookstore name, it will appear as bookstore name. See, it's appearing as bookstore name, but it will be uppercase only. That's by default. I'm going to remove this because this might break few of my changes in upcoming sessions or hands-on. So you saw like how you can use @ column to customize your column name. Does that answers your question, Isaac? It is by default uppercase only. It appears like that. Okay, let's start with the biggest module. Understand and implement JPA with Spring Boot. We'll go a little faster. First, I'll cover the theoretical part. JPA is a specification. Hibernate is its concrete implementation. If you don't like Hibernate, you can exclude Hibernate from the JPA dependency and add an external kind of an implementations like top link, Eclipse link. Although I personally don't use this because everyone uses Hibernate, and this is what by default. It by default also comes with JPA. So it's a default implementation provided by JPA. What is ORM? ORM stands for Object Relationship Mapping. The bookstore class gets mapped to bookstore table is nothing but ORM. The class got mapped to a database table. So that is nothing but ORM, Object Relationship Mapping. Object gets mapped to a database table. What are CRUD operations? CRUD stands for create, read, update, delete. What is it used for? So JPA and Hibernate are used for performing CRUD operations onto our database entities, or we can say our database tables. Okay, let's create a JPA repository. So in order to create a JPA repository, we create a normal interface. We annotate it with @ repository annotation, and we extend JPA repository. Now, this repository can be used on performing CRUD operations onto which entity. We define that by providing over here. We provide two parameters. This we say bookstore. That means this repository can be used for performing CRUD operations onto the bookstore table. And this is the data type of the primary key in the bookstore table. So what is the data type of the primary key in the bookstore table? It is long. So over here, we cannot write primitive data type long. So we have to write its respective wrapper class, which is long. That is how we create JPA repositories. Now let's create this bookstore CRUD service IMPL with create bookstore method. So let's go to this class. This is our service class, bookstore CRUD service IMPL. Now you understand what's a service class. Since it's a service class, we have annotated it with @ service. We have auto-wired bookstore repository over here. We have created this create bookstore method, which takes a bookstore. And here you can see we have auto-wired the JPA repository, bookstore repository, and we are using this reference. And we are calling the JPA method save and flush and passing this bookstore. It basically saves this bookstore object as a new row inside the database table. So when we'll save a bookstore, it will come as a new row inside this database table. One bookstore is one row over here. So it's the bookstore, or you can imagine some bookshops. So we can add that, and let's wrap this service method by API, by wrapping it with API. So we have created, here you can see this is our bookstore controller. Since it's our controller class, we've annotated it with @ rest controller. Also, by using @ request mapping annotation, we have added a prefix bookstore for all the APIs. So here, if you expand this, you can see this bookstore is in prefixed for all the APIs, which are defined in this bookstore controller class. So these are the APIs defined in the bookstore controller class. Here we have auto-wired the bookstore CRUD service IMPL class. We've directly auto-wired the class here, not the interface. Because we have not created the interface, we can create the interface if we like and auto-wire that also. Yeah, next is we are creating this bookstore create bookstore API. Since we are creating something, we are inserting something into a database, we are using post mapping annotation. So this is a post API method. And here you can see this is a method, Java method create bookstore. It takes a bookstore, it passes this to bookstore CRUD service IMPL create bookstore method, which in turn calls the JPA save and flush method. So this is the flow from browser. Let me go back here. From browser, when the request will come, will come to the dispatcher servlet. It will see, okay, it's matching with this one. It will execute this method. This controller class method create bookstore will in turn delegate the request to the bookstore CRUD service IMPL class create bookstore method. It will come here and it will call the JPA method, and JPA method will do the actual work for us. It will save the bookstore into the table. Now let's test this out. So let's create a bookstore. Let's create a bookstore with ID 1, name as bookstore 1, books as books, book 1, book 2. So we have, okay, it's failing. Let's see why it's failing. Our application is running on which port? It's running on 8084. We are accessing on 8082. That's why. Let's access it on the proper port, because application is running on this port, not on that one. So let's expand this. Let's create a bookstore. Let's give it ID as 1, name as bookstore 1, books as book 1, book 2, book 3, execute. And here you can see we have inserted a bookstore. We can confirm the same by running the select query onto our bookstore table, and we'll see the same over here. So that is how you create methods. So we have created this method create bookstore. Now let's learn about how to get all the bookstores which are saved in the bookstore table. So there is another method get bookstores. So in our service class, again, we are creating another method and we are using another JPA method. So for saving a bookstore, we use the save and flush method. For getting all the bookstores from the bookstore table, we use the find all method, which returns us list of bookstore. So here you can see find all. Now, again, we have wrapped this class with a get API over here inside this. Let me close these. Yeah, so we have wrapped this get bookstores with a get API. So from our controller class, we are calling our service class get bookstores. And from our service class, we are delegating the work to the JPA repository find all methods. So we don't need to define the save and flush and find all methods. If you're wondering from where they are coming, since we extend the JPA repository, they come from the JPA repository itself. So whichever is the concrete implementing classes for JPA repository, that gets automatically created when we auto wire the bookstore repository interface in our service class. And we have access to these methods directly. So Tanmay has this question, how save and flush differ from save. So save means you are not committing the transaction, but you're making the transaction. Flush means you're actually committing the transaction to the database. It's same as committing and not committing your transaction. Save means just keeping the transaction in the persistence layer, and flush means committing the transaction to the database table, actually like saving it to the database finally. So you can use the save to see the result. And if you're fine with the result, you can use the flush also as a separate method. So instead of using save and flush, which is the convenience method, you can use the inconvenient method also, which is dot save bookstore repository dot flush. So actually when you are executing this save, it's not committing the transaction. On this method, it's committing the transaction. So this is a convenience and convenience method, combination of these two methods. Is it clear? Tanmay, does that answers your question? So you can imagine I'm on my database. I turn off the auto commit. So if I insert something to this bookstore, that will only be visible, that will be only be in this session. If I open a new tab where I access H2 and I fire this select, I won't see my new row because it's not committed. If I turn on the auto commit, then only whatever queries I've inserted will be committed into the transaction, and it will be visible for the other parallel sessions of the database. So for this, you can study about isolation levels in database also, because when you're dealing with too much complex database queries, there is generally isolation level problem that you'll deal with. Coming to the next method, which is get bookstore by ID. So it takes an ID. We use the bookstore repository find by ID. This is the JPA method where we pass the ID. It returns us optional bookstore. From this optional object, we check if we have found a bookstore with this ID. If it's present, we return it. If it's not present, we throw a runtime exception saying there is no bookstore with that ID. Again, we have wrapped it with the get API. So let's see if we have any bookstores. We currently don't have any bookstore. So let's insert this bookstore. We are inserting this bookstore and let's get bookstore by ID 1. We know there is a bookstore with ID 1. So here you can see I've got the bookstore with ID 1. If I try to get a non-existing bookstore by ID 2, there is no bookstore with ID 2. It will throw a runtime exception saying there is no bookstore with ID 2, and same will be printed here in the console also. There is no bookstore with ID 2, runtime exception, because we have thrown it. Next is get bookstores which has particular books in it. Now this is a little complex. Okay, so how do we use the example matcher? So we want to tell JPA that find me a particular kind of bookstores. For that, there is this implementation find all. So let's say I have 5 bookstores and I want to find those bookstores which has book 1 and book 2 in it. So for that, I need to pass this example. So in order to build this example, I need 2 things. I need my entity class object. So this is my entity class object, which I'm building with the books I need. And this is the example matcher. Why we need this example matcher? Let me explain this to you. So let me write a main method here. So in Java, let's say I am building this object. So will it just set the books or will it also set the other fields? Okay, so even if I'm using builder pattern here or whatever I'm using, if I create object of bookstore and if I'm adding books in it, so will it set the books or will it also set the other variables? What do you think? Will it set the ID and name or will it only set books? What will happen to these two? Does it set any default values for long ID, string name? What do you think? Does it set any default or it doesn't? What about others? So it actually sets default values. That is what I want to show you. That is why we need example matcher. Okay, so I have this. Now let me run this code. I need to add these books. Let me write 1 minute. Let me write book 1, book 2. Let's run this. Here you can see when I'm creating object of bookstore, it is adding book 1, book 2, but also setting ID as 0, name as null. So it is by default setting long field value as 0, string field value as null. So how will JPA come to know that it has to find bookstore with only books 1 and 2, not the name as null, ID as 0? Java is not that smart. Spring Boot is not that smart. Basically, programming is not that smart. That's why we developers are needed, right, to write the code. So what code we need to write is this example matcher. So basically, we use this matching. We tell Spring Boot, hey Spring Boot, use this books match, get me the bookstores which has these books, just match with these books, and please ignore the ID and name field. So we ignore this ID and name field. That is what we do. So this is the boilerplate code over here. We are saying match with the properties which contains ID and name. So this ID and name, it matches with this and ignores these 2 fields and matches against only books. This is how we build the example matcher. Once we have built the example matcher, which tells Spring Boot that we need to match against books and ignore these 2 fields, then we create example by passing the entity class and what to match in it and what to ignore, which is example matcher. And then we pass this example to our find all method. Okay, so let me just comment out this main code. Okay, let me show you how this works. So let's insert some bookstores now. Create bookstore. Let's insert this bookstore 1. Let's insert bookstore 2. Let's insert bookstore 3. Now bookstore 1, 2, 3 has same books. Let's insert bookstore 4. Let's remove this. Now when we use our API, get bookstores which has particular books. When we use our API, which bookstores will it return? What do you think? I'm not showing the answer. I'm asking which bookstores will it return? We have added 4 bookstores. Will it return first 3, which has these 3 books, or will it return all? Okay, no answers, I see. Tanmay says first 3. Isaac, that's a very diplomatic answer, one which matches this. Correct. So first 3 has these 3 books, so it will return first 3 books. Bookstore 4 had just 2 books, so it's not returning bookstore 4. So this is how we use example matcher. Now we can also get our books in a paged format. So this is the method get bookstores in paged format. We create this pageable object. So we use this page request off, and in this off we mention the page number that we want to view and the size. So you can imagine we have these 3 books. Actually in total we have 4 books now. So we have these 4 books. So if we set the page size as 2, that means on every page there will be 2 bookstores. So how many pages will be created if the page size is 2? In this case, first page number 0 will have these 2 books. Page number 1 will have these 2 books. And here we are saying, get me the bookstore on page number 0. So it will return me first 2 bookstores. Okay, let's execute this. Get bookstores in page format. Here we can see it has returned me first 2 bookstores. Now guys, if I change this to 1, which bookstores will it return in the same case? If I change the page number to 1, right now it was returning bookstore 1, bookstore 2, because it was page number 0. If I change it to page number 1, which books will it return? Next 2, correct. So that is how it works. Now, and if there are no bookstores on page 1, it will just return empty. If I save this, it's of no use because again, I'll have to add the bookstores since we are using the embedded database. Persistent data is lost on application start. Next is count bookstores. If you want to count how many bookstores we have in our bookstore table, we can use this KPI method count for that. So let's insert some books. So let's create bookstore. Let's insert 2 books. We have inserted 2 books. Let's execute the count API. Where is the count API? This is the count API. So it's returning count as 0. Here you can see the HTTP response, it is 200. And you can see the other responses below. This is the API documentation. 401 means unauthorized. 403 means forbidden. 404 means not found. Next is get bookstores sorted by name. So if you want to get the bookstores sorted by its name, so in ascending order means it will return bookstore 1 first, 2, then 3. Let's say we want to see in a other way. So let's use descending. So it should return if I have 4 bookstores, bookstore 1, bookstore 2, bookstore 3, bookstore 4. It should return me in the format. It should first return me bookstore 4, then 3, then 2, then 1. So let's test this out. Let's insert some bookstores. I've inserted bookstore 1, inserting bookstore 2. I'm inserting bookstore 3. So I've inserted 3 bookstores basically. Now I want to use this sorted one. Where is the sorted one? What is the method name? Okay, I think I have not written an API for this. Get bookstores sorted by name. So I need to wrap it with an API. So let's do this right here at the rate get mapping public. Currently I'll write void, later I'll change it. Copy this, paste, return bookstore CRUD service IMPL get bookstores sorted by name control 1 change method return type. Done. I've created a new API. Again, I'll have to insert all the books. Let's insert bookstore 1. Let the application start first. It takes around 20 seconds. Okay, it started. Insert, insert, insert. I think this is enough. Let's check my API. Let's refresh. Expand. Yeah, get bookstore sorted by name, execute. Here you can see I'm seeing in descending order because I have set it to show me in descending order. So we use find all, which takes sort and the field name, which is name. So this name is coming from the bookstore, this parameter name. And sort by, we have to give the direction. So I said like sorted by descending order, sorted in descending order, which field? Name field, and return me all the bookstores. Then we have bookstore exists by ID. We can execute this, get bookstore by ID. So we have a bookstore with ID 1. So it has returned me bookstore with ID 1. Okay, this is sorry, bookstore exists by ID, wrong method. Bookstore exists by ID. Where is bookstore exists by ID? Yeah, it should return me true or false basically. So I have a bookstore with ID 1, so it's returning me true. Do I have a bookstore with ID 10? No, so it should return me false. So I've used the JPA method exists by ID for this. Next is update bookstore. So if for this I'll take ID of the bookstore that I want to update, and I want to update the bookstore name. So new name, and first I'll check whether that bookstore exists by ID. If that bookstore exists, if this is true, then get me that bookstore, update the name of that bookstore, and resave that bookstore to the database table. So this is the update operation. So the API that will be created for this won't be post, since it's an update. We are using put mapping API over here. Next is if a bookstore doesn't exist by the ID, and if some hacker is trying to exploit the functionality of your backend APIs and trying to insert a new bookstore while using the update bookstore name API, what will happen is it will come to this else part and it will throw this exception. So let's say it will throw this simple runtime exception saying there is no bookstore with provided ID. So let's check this out. So right now, since I saved this application, made some changes, all the bookstores persisted are lost. So if I try to insert a bookstore, where is put mapping? Yeah, update bookstore. Let's say I don't have a bookstore with ID 10. I try to insert bookstore 10 from here. So you can see it is giving me this exception. There is no bookstore with provided ID 10. Now let's say I have inserted a bookstore with ID as 1, name as bookstore 1. Let's say I made a typo here and book 1, book 2. And I want to correct this typo. I want to have this proper bookstore spelling here. So in that case, I can use my update API. I can make it bookstore 1. execute. So it is updated. Now, if you want to confirm, you can confirm it. It will be updated. So these are the different exceptions that we can throw. We can throw runtime exception. We can throw compile time exception, which is exception. And if we use compile time exception, we know in Java, we have to handle compile time exceptions. Runtime exceptions are unhandled, or we can say unchecked exceptions. So we don't need to handle it by using try catch or throws keyword. And then there are some custom exception classes, which we'll come to later. Then is delete bookstore by ID. First, we check whether a bookstore really exists with that ID. If it does, then we delete it and we return deleted. Else we throw an exception saying there is no bookstore with provided ID. So we have a bookstore with ID 1. How about we delete it? Let's delete the bookstore with ID 1. Deleted. If you try to get all bookstores, we'll have none. You can see we don't have any bookstores. If we are tired of inserting too many bookstores and we want to clean up everything, so we can use truncate. It will delete all the bookstores. Right now we don't have any bookstores, so let me insert some bookstores. Let's say I insert bookstore 1, I insert bookstore 2, and let's say I've made typo in all my insertions. I want to truncate the table, reinsert everything. So I can use truncate bookstore. Be very careful in production with this. Bookstore table truncated. So all the bookstores which were in bookstore table have been deleted. Okay, so this is about the JPA part. Let's move to the next one. We have completed this. We have completed this. We have completed this. This also, this also. Okay, so next module is module 14. Before we proceed to this, we'll take a 10 minutes break, a water break, refreshment break. Then we'll continue with module 14, 15, 16, 17. Or before moving to module 14, let's start with Microstream after the 10 minutes break. Then we'll continue with module 15, 16, 17. And if any module is left for today, for example, module 16, we'll start it tomorrow. Don't worry. So tomorrow, same time, the session will be there. If you have any questions regarding JPA methods, you can ask that. This @ transactional is not really needed from the latest version of Spring Boot. This is one thing I think I left out. So I've used this @ transactional annotation to keep the session open throughout this method, because here we are performing multiple database operations. In this operation, we are getting the bookstore, we are updating its name, and this is another operation, or we can say another transaction with the database where we are actually saving the bookstore. Yes, Samarth, the default implementation of JPA is Hibernate. So how do you understand that is you go here to the POM file, you open the effective POM. So just select it. I just pressed control on my keyboard and I opened it. Again, I need to go inside. This is the actual project POM file of JPA. Here you can search Hibernate. You'll see that Hibernate is the default implementation that comes along with JPA. If you don't want to use Hibernate, wanted to check upsert. Amod, I didn't get your question. Can you unmute and ask?
So I wanted to know if upsert implementation is available in the.
I'm not sure of upsert. I mean, I have
update
seen
or insert. So if we update, if the object exists, update, otherwise insert.
Yes, so that is what we are doing. If object exists, we get it and we save the updated object.
Okay, got it. Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Okay. All right. If no further questions, then I'll move to module 14, exception handling in Spring Boot, understanding difference between compile time and runtime exceptions. So compile time exceptions, we know it's a core Java topic. I've just covered it for the freshers who have joined today's session. So compile time exceptions are the checked exceptions. So if you use this exception, this is a compile time exception, and runtime exception is a runtime exception. So if you're using a runtime exception, you don't need to handle it. So you don't need to use throws keyword or add a try catch over here. But if you're using a compile time exception, in that case, it is mandatory that you will have to add this throws keyword or use try catch block, any one. So this is mandatory now. So that's the difference between compile time and runtime. These have to be handled with try catch block while writing the code, else your code gets compilation issues. So either handle it with try catch or handle it with the shortcut way. Use the throws keyword at method level. And runtime is not really required to handle these exceptions because these are unchecked exceptions. So as you saw, when I was using runtime, I didn't have to add it. But when I'm using compile time exception class, which is exception, I have to add it. Parent of all exception class is what? Throwable. Okay, implement runtime exception in Bookstore application. This we have already done. So if the bookstore doesn't exist, if let's say someone is trying to exploit the functionality of the corresponding update bookstore name API, in that case, if the bookstore is not there, I can throw this runtime exception. Similarly, I can throw the compile time exception. So this is the compile time exception. Right now, there are no bookstores. So if I try to update a bookstore, there is no bookstore with ID 1. So you can see it's throwing a compile time exception, unhandled exception of type exception. 1 minute. This is something we see proper or not. Okay, there is no bookstore with ID. Where is it? Let me refresh this. Again, let me try to insert a non-existing bookstore. Error. Okay, it is still saying unhandled. Let's see why. It's not printing this message. This is not what I was expecting from this. Okay, we have a compilation issue. Since we are using this compile time exception here, okay, we are handling here. But when we are calling this method from controller, here also we'll have to handle. That's why we were getting the error. Now, if I execute this, if I try to insert a non-existing bookstore, this is the correct one. There is no bookstore with ID 1 and of type exception, compile time exception. So this is the, I prefer to use runtime exceptions only, or throw runtime exceptions, because otherwise everywhere where these methods are chained together, I'll have to use this throws exception or a specific compile time exception, whichever I've created. We'll come to that, how to create custom exception handling. So let's learn about how to create custom exceptions. Right now we were using Java provided exceptions, but now we want to learn our custom exceptions. How do we create custom exceptions? In order to create custom exceptions, let's say you want to create this bookstore application exception. You want to create this bookstore not found exception as compile time exception. If you want to create a compile time exception, you extend the exception. You write this constructor, you pass the message that you want to pass. That is how you create a custom compile time exception. Now, if you want to throw this custom compile time exception, we can simply throw it. Let's throw this bookstore not found compile time exception. Let's import this. Let's go back here. Let's try to insert a non-existing bookstore. Yeah, since it's a compile time exception, I have handled it. What is it saying here? Not found. Okay. So store not found. Let me see what has gone wrong. It's saying unresolved compilation exception. Okay, it's working. Let's try to hit it again. Yeah, now it's coming correctly. So you can see bookstore not found, which is our custom compile time exception, which we just created by extending exception class. So it has thrown that and the message. There is no bookstore with ID 1. So how does this message is passed is basically from here, update bookstore, request goes here. From here, it comes to this. This message is passed over here. From here, it is passed to the parent. Parent is what? Exception. In exception, you have this string message, and exception then passed to throwable, and throwable then simply prints it for you. That is how it works. That's the chain. Similarly, if you want to define your custom runtime exception, then you create a runtime exception class. You extend the runtime exception, pass the same message to the parent, and parent passes it to its parent, which is throwable, and it gets printed. Let's correct it. Since we are going to throw a runtime exception, we don't really need this throws, but if we keep it, it's not going to harm. So let me show you this. We don't need this. And we can keep it here. We cannot keep, like, we can remove from here. It doesn't matter. So having it or not having it is not going to break anything. It's just required for compile time exceptions. Let's try to insert a bookstore. Here you can see bookstore not found runtime exception. There is no bookstore with provided ID 1. Yes, Isaac, there is a way to show only the exception title without the call stack. So that is what you're going to learn in exception handler. We'll come to that. Like that's one of the module that will be covered. So before we move to this exception handler in Spring Boot, Isaac, this module will answer your question. Before we move to this, we need to cover the Microstream part first. So let me open the Microstream part. Okay, guys, welcome to Microstream training. So this training has been funded by Microstream, and currently you're going to learn about the Microstream framework, what it is and what problem it solves. So first, let's understand this. Java is a predestined environment to realize high performance in-memory data processing. Java provides a first-class native multi-model data structure, which is Java POJO classes. So you can freely design your Java POJO classes, adapt it seamlessly to your business requirements, use any Java type or custom types that you like, use collection classes, use object references, circular references, inheritance, third-party libraries. Only one data model, which is POJO. So in order to map your POJOs, we were using the JPA annotations and converting to entity, right? So Microstream solve all these problems. It helps you to directly take your object graph, which is in your memory, your Java memory, and dump it to data storage of your choice. And the query language, if you're wondering what's the query language for Microstream, it is your Java Streams API. So you can use the Streams API to query your stored object graph. So you can store this object graph to your file system and load it back from your file system to your memory on application start. What about persistence? So you can imagine a typical persistence model. In JP also, there is this typical persistence model. This is your application. This is your RAM where your objects sit. And in order to save it to an external database or even to H2 database, there is a data conversion which happens in the background. So there is this data conversion layer. And this conversion layer requires a lot of CPU power. It reduces your performance. It has expensive latencies. It has complex architecture. Expensive development process, inefficient concept requires expensive cluster infrastructure, increase your cost of infrastructure. And even if you're thinking, oh, I can use caching, right? So even if you have cache, still you require a data conversion layer before you can store that values to cache. So it's not going to avoid that data conversion layer. That will still sit there and have you you'll have to face the expensive compute part of data conversion. So with no SQL data structures, even object-oriented or graph databases, no matter which data structure you have, all are incompatible with native Java object graph. Basically, there is an impedance mismatch because all of them require you to have that data conversion layer. So this is the typical system prevalence problem. And the problem, various weaknesses and challenges for system prevalence problems are snapshot size, time, long system restore time after restart. It's not suitable for microservices, risk of losing data between snapshots. If your max database size is less than your RAM, that means you cannot load all the data from your database into your RAM. You have to do batch loading and processing. Big RAM size is required. Extremely huge traffic, high infrastructure cost, garbage collection issues lead to latency, class changes, evolution, Java serialization limitations and issues. So this is a very basic and the core concept that Microstream solves. You must be aware about Java serialization. So in order to save your Java object or the data in your Java object to your file system, you have to implement the serializable framework. That's a limitation that Java has, and that limitation has been overcome by Microstream. So you can use Microstream and without even implementing serializable framework, directly dump your Java object to your file system and load it back from your file system to your RAM. So that's the main problem solved by JavaStream here. So it's able to directly pick this object graph without converting it, dump the binaries to your file system and load the binaries back from the file system to your RAM very quickly. So Microstream basically eliminates these weaknesses of initial system prevalence concept. So the Microstream persistence works like this. You have your object graph. You don't have the data conversion layer anymore. Instead, this Microstream is just a library inside your application itself, which basically picks your binaries and directly dumps these binaries to the database of your choice. So conversion is eliminated. It doesn't need to convert. It is able to directly dump the object graph into your file system without converting it to anything. So it's a simple architecture, faster time to market, saves a lot of vCPU because there is no conversion required, minimizes latencies, in-memory queries executed in milliseconds because data in the memory has the fastest access because data in RAM can be accessed in the fastest way possible, saves up to 92% of cost of infrastructure. These are some of the Microstream repositories which are available. And let me share the latest one. This is from last year. Let me share the latest one, which has been shared this year. 1 minute. So, yeah. This is the latest one. From this, I've picked this foundation customizer to explain you. And I have tweaked this project a little bit, just built a Swagger documentation for it so that I don't need to use Postman. And here's the tweaked version of it. It's in my repo. You can just use this one also. And so where does Microstream application runs? So it runs, it's just a Java library, right? So it can run wherever Java can run. It can run on your desktop, on your premise, in a cloud environment, containerized environment, crawl VM as a native image, microservices, Android, JVM 8. So you can use any JVM based technology, be it Java, crawl VM, Scala, Kotlin, Scooby, Conjure, Android. What's the data model? So it's simple Pojo classes. So you can imagine the simple customer Pojo class with first name, last name, email, date of birth as local date, boolean, active, set of order as orders. So this is the simple Java Pojo class. You don't need to define any fancy entity classes also. So simple data model, Java classes only, use existing classes as they are, no strings attached. You don't need to convert it to entity classes or anything. Design your object model freely without any limitation. No dependency, just use Pojo. You don't need to add any JPA dependency or anything. You can do it with core Java itself. Any Java types are supported because you can create your own data types. Use inheritance is trouble-free. Using inheritance is trouble-free. No need for special superclasses, interfaces, or annotations. Use any type from third-party APIs. Migrating to Microstream is also trouble-free. How do you persist your object? This is the kind of code which you use to persist the object. I'll give you the walkthrough shortly. You can store any single object or subgraph explicitly. Binary data format, no expensive mapping, append only, lock strategy. So store any Java type, any suitable type is supported. Asset properties, transaction safe, multi-threaded write ops for max performance. So these are the things. You have the gigantic data throughput also, very important. So you can imagine your multi-threaded IO ops. These individuals are the channels. So if you define 2 channels, you'll have 2 channels. So you can have multi-threaded IO operations with 2 threads. Loading objects dynamically into RAM. So you can use the lazy references and load the data which is saved to your file system lazily into your RAM as and when you need it. So sufficient RAM will be available always. It's not inconvenient. Object copies. Multi-threaded read ops for max performance. Write ops is not there. Just see this. Read op is there. So you can have multi-threaded read operation. Minimizes expensive IO outputs. RAM is limited. So load single objects or subgraphs on demand. Gigantic data throughput. Memory management. So memory is fully managed by JVM. Uses lazy references if possible. So these are the recommendations. Use lazy reference where possible. Clear your lazy references which are not used anymore. In case of garbage collection issues, try Azure JVM. Your object graph is your in-memory database. So you can see like this is your object graph. This is your JPA, the big data conversion layer which sits here and which converts a data object graph into the format which is suitable to be stored into the respective database. With Microstream, this is eliminated. This Microstream is just part of your application. It's just a library. It just converts it directly. It doesn't even convert. It picks the object graph and directly dumps it to the final any DBMS or plain file system. What I'll be demonstrating is plain file system. It dumps it there, and on application start, it can load from there. So that's the advantage. So if you want to get started, these are the things you can use. The Microstream 1, this is the official website. You can refer the GitHub repo. This repo or the repo which I have shared. This is the official docs, videos on LinkedIn, on YouTube, and free course is not available. So this is no longer there. So you can just ignore this. So this is not there anymore. Okay. Let me just, yeah. So this is not there. So let me just copy this, what is there, and share on the chat with you folks. I was just trying to cancel this, but I think I'll do it later. So yeah, these things are done. Now coming to the Microstream application. I'll give you walkthrough of 2 applications. This is the simple application which I built last year. So this is a Spring Boot Microstream integration. So the Spring Boot version that I'm using is 2.5.5. Dependencies I've added is the Microstream storage embedded configuration. And the version that I'm using here is the last year's latest version. I'll come to the latest one also, which has been shared by Microstream this year. This project I had built it by reading the official Microstream documentation. This is the web dependency which provides the embedded Tomcat server, DevTools, Lombok, Swagger. So let me show you the code. These are the packages. This is my main class. This is my config, which has Swagger config. This is my controller, student controller class, a normal looking student controller class, using which I can store all students, a list of students, add a single student, find all students, basically get all students from students table. So here there is no table. I can basically get all students, find student by first name, find student by last name, delete all students, Here you can see I've auto-wired the student repository. Now this is main. So you can see the student repository is an interface which has this add, find all, store all. This just the contract. This is the concrete implementing classes. This is something which you need to understand. Here I've created a list of students and this is the embedded storage manager. This is the Microstream class storage. And here I've created a constructor. When this class gets instantiated or loaded into my Spring container, that time I'm creating an array list. I'm creating basically doing this configuration, configuring the storage, telling it that when it loads, it needs to store students to this array list. So it needs to load the students data, which is in my file system, to this students array list. Where do I give the path of my file system is in my application.properties, microstream.store.location. So I'm storing the microstream binaries into this path, user.home, microstream spring CRUD store. Let me show you where this sits. See users, Divya, and here. So these binary data sets here. So when this application starts, it will load data from this path. And if this folder doesn't exist, it will create this folder into your user directory. So let's start this. There can be some data from the previous batch stored into this. So an application start, it will get loaded, or maybe there is no data because I have created truncate kind of a API, which I use. Let's see why this is breaking. So it is saying unsatisfied dependency exception. Student CRUD controller unsatisfied dependency student repository. Nested exception is defined in file being instantiation failed through nested exception. A lot of nested exceptions. Let's reach to the last student. Okay, so we have our model class here. What is wrong with this? Let me try to directly auto wire this and see. I'm over here. Let's see if it works now. It says missing runtime. It's a little weird problem because this was a working code. Okay, this is correct actually.
شوفك مقاقع شي حاجة في هادشي صح راه شي مزرق فيهم التساؤلات اللي تطرحها الكيميائي بو
Hello.
المادة هذيك تنطير فيهم.
Guys, are you seeing spotting any problems here? Error creating bean with this, with name this defined in file. Okay, it's saying problem with this one somehow. Just trying to find out how. Let me do project clean. Let me also remove everything from here. Let's run this again. Sorry, right click, run as Java application. Otherwise, I'll run the new project with JDK 11. Okay, port already in use. Let me solve this problem quickly. Let's rerun this. Okay, so application has started. It seemed like the data which I had persisted here had got corrupted somehow. So I had to clear the database, like basically the storage binaries, and restart it. So it's working fine now. So this was a unique issue. I also encountered this for the first time and I fixed it right away. So let's access the Swagger UI. Let's insert some students. Let's say store all. Let's insert one student. Let's say first name is Samarth, Narula, student number 1. So I have stored one student, student added successfully. I'll find by first name. Let's say Samarth. It's not returning anything. Let me find all. I think S is capital. Yeah, so S is capital, so it's case sensitive. I need to provide this S capital, and it's able to find student with first name as Samarth. Find by last name. Let's take Narula over here. It's finding the student with last name. Let's use, yeah, delete all. Let's delete all the students. Delete all. It has deleted all the data. So this is how it works. Any questions about this configuration that you see? It's just some boilerplate code. Main important thing is the value of this property in your property file. This is the path where Microstream will store the binary data and reload it on application start from because of the code which you have written inside this constructor. So this was the initial thing which I had written, which was from the document, but it had some issues. So I had to write this one. So this one was provided by the Microstream team, this part. This is, I think, already updated on the documentation right now. So is everyone clear, like what all you need to do with like what all you can do with Microstream? So you saw like this student class was a Pojo class. I had not implemented serializable interface, but still I was able to dump this data, binary data over here and load it back on application start. Okay, loaded back that part. Let me show that part. So let's add a student. Since I've deleted the student, I'm adding the student again. I've added the student again. Now I'll terminate the application. I'll start it again. So an application start, it will load back Samarth back to the database. All right, so application has started. It's running on port 8081. Let me try to show where it says find all. Yeah. So I've restarted my application, right? And if I execute this, you can see data has been loaded back to the RAM and I'm able to retrieve the student. Okay, if everyone is clear with this, you can write clear in the chat. I'll move to the next foundation customizer, which is a new project provided by Microstream this year, which has the latest Microstream dependency also and latest Spring Boot version. With this, I'll also teach you how to configure Spring Dock if you're using Spring Boot version 2.5.6 and above. Is everyone clear so far? I know it's very new for you, all these things, but still, are you able to catch the basic concepts? Okay, so this is the next Spring Boot project. Here we are using the latest versions, which is nearly a latest version 2.6.2. And we are using Java 11. So let me stop all the applications. First of all, in order to use Java 8, I need to change the build path, configure build path, and ask it to use JDK 11. So you can see it's referring JDK 11. Okay, that's good. Next is Microstream version that I'm using is this the latest version this year, 07.01.00.ms-beta2. Dependencies that I've used is web service dependency, Microstream integration, Spring Boot, Open API UI. So this is Open API, basically API documentation. This is the Spring Doc dependency. So you have learned Spring Fox, so it's also time to learn Spring Doc if you're planning to use the latest version of Spring Boot. This is the main directory, resource directory, test directory, and some commands. We don't need to use these commands because we don't need to use curl to execute API because we have created Swagger UI using Spring Doc for this project. How did I configure Spring Doc? Basically, in order to configure Spring Doc, it's very easy compared to Spring Fox. I just need to add the Spring Doc dependency here, and in the main file, I need to define this bean, and over here, just provide the value from my Spring Doc version, like which version I'm using from my property file. And here you can see this is some boilerplate code. Only this much boilerplate code is needed for creating Spring Doc API documentation. And I've also customized my API info. You can see I've customized the info, the title, license name, and URL, and the API version. So I've set the value of the string app version from this property in my property file. So in order to set the property value of my property from a property file to this variable, I've used @value annotation. And what this basically does is it sets this value over here for this variable as a value. So next we have is foundation customizer. Again, some boilerplate code. The main important thing again is the storage. So the Microstream data will be stored in the target directory over here inside the storage. And we have defined two channels. That's like we can have two parallel read operations. So we have two channels here. And we have the controller, Bookstore controller. We have the user controller. So we have multiple repositories. And we have the, again, a user controller, which has user repository. So this is constructor injection. Rather, if we don't want to do this way, what we can do is we can do @autowired also. This is the Spring Boot way, more Spring Boot way. So you can do it like this. This is the controllers that we have, get mappings and all. Then we have this database, which is nothing but repository. So here again, we have some boilerplate code inside the constructor, which on start loads the book data. And you can see like I can use this root.getBooks. It returns me the list of books. Get bookstore by ISN. So query language is streams API. So I'm using .streams, converting list of books to stream of books, filtering, getting the list which matches this ISBN number, and any one which I find, I'm returning it. So any bookstore which has this ISBN number. So ISBN is a unique number. It will be only there for one, but for any reason, if it's there for two books, it will return the first one. Then there are some locks, the Java rentrun lock. If you want to use for a multi-threaded application, you can just use this, a ready-made functionality provided by Microstream. And this is the boilerplate code that we had before, in which we configure the storage. So here you can see we are saying like these are our data models. So our data models are simple POJO classes, list of user, list of books. And here we are adding a user. So here you can see this add user can be used to add a user, store users. So these are the methods that we have. Then we have the DTO class, create user. So user has name, email ID, all args constructor, getter, setter, some exceptions. So again, this is just custom exceptions, which I already taught you. So you can create exceptions, extend runtime, compile time exceptions. So you can see this is extending business exception over here it is. And this is a runtime exception. This is how, this is what we call exception chaining, little more advanced code. So we have just chained exceptions and we have modified the response code of this exception to return precondition failed, which is 412. If this exception is thrown, it will return HTTP code as 412. And these are our model classes, book and user. Book has ISBN, name, author, year as fields. User has ID and list of books as field. Let's start this application. I've built it Swagger so you can see the APIs and the functionalities very well. Guys, I have to keep the pace little high so that we can finish all that we have decided, but I'm giving you in between time for Q&As as well. If I don't maintain this pace of teaching, I won't be able to cover up so many topics in just 2 days. So tomorrow is again such a day. So come prepared, focused for the advanced concepts on Spring Boot, okay? Okay, this application has started. It's running on port 8888. Let's go to that port. I have enabled Swagger Spring Doc, not Swagger Fox. So that is why the URL to access it is spring UI/index.html. This is the Swagger documentation that you get when you use Spring Doc. So here you can see get user. If you execute, if you execute this, you'll get the users John Doe. If you say get user by ID, if you pass ID, you'll get okay, it seems there is no user. Let's see which user we have. Okay, we have this ID, so it's not ID is not 1. This is this big number. So get by ID, pass, execute, and we are getting this John Doe user. Same way we have get book, try it out, execute, and we can get all the books which are stored in the book collection. So this is how Microstream works. And the query language you can see if you want to get book by ID or anything is JavaStreams API. Let me go to the controller. And get bookstores by ID. Yeah, you can see the query language is JavaStreams API. Get by ID, find by ID. And instead of query params, here we have used path parameter, path param. And for path param, this is how we do it. Like for query param, if you don't write it, it becomes query param. If you want path param, we have to write @path variable and ID, and we have to write this / curly bracket ID, this name over here and over here. This is how you define path params. What I was teaching you was query params. If you don't write all this and this part, this is your query param. It will not appear like /. It will appear like user $ID equals to in your URL. So if you open this, see, this is a path param, so it's user / this. If you convert it to query param, instead of this /, it would be $ID equals to this. Okay, is everyone clear with Microstream? If everyone is clear, you can write clear in the chat. I'll move to the next topic. And guys, if this training has helped you, you can write a post on LinkedIn, tag Microstream, tag me, and you can thank Microstream for funding this training. Saksham, you can explore Microstream further. I've shared the resources with you. You can go through the documentation and explore it. You will understand it, but you'll also have to try it out. The way I did, I created a project to understand how it works. So same way, even if you read the document and create such a project, you will have better understanding how it works and what you need to do. Yes, it is open source. It's a library. So in Spring Boot, there are some frameworks, but generally I have used JUnit and Mockito only, or sometimes Power Mockito. All right, so let's move back to the exception handlers. So module 16, exception handler in Spring Boot. So what is custom exception handler in Spring Boot? A custom exception handler is a feature, or call it functionality, in Spring Boot framework that allows you to separate the cross-cutting concern logic of error handling, or call it exception handling, in a separate class, and that class is annotated with either of these two annotations. Again, this @REST controller advice annotation is a convenience annotation. It's a combination of controller advice and @response body annotation. We can say it is similar to Spring Boot AOP. It is actually internally using Spring Boot AOP because aspect-oriented programming is also designed for separating the cross-cutting concern logic from your business logic. Where does your business logic sits? It sits in your service class. So you want to separate out some cross-cutting concern logic. So what is cross-cutting concern logic? It is your exception handling, your transaction handling, your auditing. For example, today someone asked if you want to count how many times a particular API has been executed. That's a cross-cutting concern logic which you'll have to add. So you can separate it to a separate class by using exception handler. So you can separate it to a separate class by using AOP. But we are not going to learn that as of now. We are going to learn Spring Boot AOP tomorrow. Today we are going to learn how we can do how we can separate the exception handling logic by using a ready-made functionality exception handler of type exception handler provided by Spring Boot. So inside this exception handler class, we'll be creating this exception handler class. We are going to create exception handler methods to handle custom runtime exceptions, custom compile time exceptions. Then we are also going to handle global runtime exceptions. Global runtime exception means wherever we have used throw new runtime exception, and global compile time exceptions. Global compile time exception means wherever we have used throw new exception and the message in our code. Let's see this in action. That's the best way to learn it. So right now in the application, let me show you. Someone had asked me right before we move to Microstream, like how can we write just pass or show only the message on the UI? We don't want to see the stack trace. So that problem can be solved by using exception handler. Let me show it because it acts as an interceptor. So our application has started. It's running on port 8084. Okay, so let's go to the update method. Currently, we don't have any bookstores, right? So if we try to insert a bookstore by exploiting the functionality of update bookstore method, we are aware it will throw an exception. So let's see this. So here we can see it will throw bookstore not found runtime exception. So here you can see it is throwing bookstore not found runtime exception. There is no bookstore with provided ID and it's giving the entire stack trace below, which we don't want to see. So we need to intercept this exception and we need to return the custom response. We don't want this big gigantic response. So we can do this by using exception handler. Let's say we want to first handle this exception itself, bookstore not found runtime exception. So we'll create an exception handler class, annotate it with the convenience annotation @ REST controller advice. If you use this, you'll also have to use this. That's why we are not using this. We are instead using @ REST controller advice. For instantiating logger, we have used @ SLF4j Lombok logging instantiation. And this is an exception handler method. So we have annotated it with exception handler, and we are telling which exception will be handled by this method. So bookstore not found runtime exception will be handled by this method. This is our custom runtime exception class, which we have created. And this is the code. This is response error DTO. This is again our class. So I've created this class. Just have this timestamp, date, error messages as list of strings. And I have builder design pattern, no args, all args, getter, setter, toString equals, everything I need for it. So I'm creating object of this response error DTO using builder design pattern dot timestamp current date with new date. Error message, I just want a single message. So collections dot singleton list runtime exception. From the runtime exception, this is the runtime exception message. So this get message will extract that message and set it to this error messages array list as a single object. I'm also printing this response error DTO. I'm just logging it also basically. And I'm returning this response entity, this error DTO, and I'm customizing the HTTP status as not found 404. So instead of showing this big response, since I've added this code, now if I run this, it will show me neat and clean response. So you can see this update bookstore name has now returned me this neat and clean response. It has given me the timestamp and error message. So I've defined the data structure, what it will return. So this is the data structure which it will return if this exception, bookstore not found exception, is thrown in the code, and that is what has happened. So is this clear to everyone? Also, the HTTP status is not coming 500 anymore. It's coming 404 because I have customized it using exception handler to return 404, not found, which means 404. If this is clear, you can write clear in the chat. I'll move to the next exception handlers little quickly.
Just a quick question, Samarth. Like, so this kind of a method that we have done, it's kind of internally implemented, right? It's
Yes.
not being called as such, like handle custom or.
Correct.
This method is not called, right? It's internally.
Correct. It's intercepting your exception and returning this custom response. That is what AOP does. It intercepts before and after your method execution. So it's intercepting this exception being thrown in your application code.
Okay. Okay.
So the two annotations are helping it to intercept, right? The exception
Correct.
handler annotation and the REST controller advice.
Correct. Correct. So this is the controller class, advice like exception handler class. And one more thing is we have also mentioned which exception will be handled by this method by using this value equal to. This is important. Similarly, if we want to handle bookstore not found exception, let's say this method is not throwing this bookstore not found runtime exception. It is instead throwing bookstore not found exception. So now it will handle bookstore not found exception thrown anywhere in this application code because we have written this handler and we have mentioned which exception to handle. Here you can see neat and clean response. In logs also neat and clean response. See, bookstore not found exception. There is no bookstore with provided ID 1. Similarly, if we want to handle global runtime exceptions, like not our custom exceptions, normal runtime exceptions, wherever in code we have written throw runtime exception, I want to return a customized response. So same thing. Here I've just customized the HTTP code to become 500 instead of 404. And this exception handler you can see is handling runtime exceptions. Now if I execute, it will throw give HTTP code 500, same message, and here it will say runtime exception, because here I've changed this update bookstore to throw runtime exception. And same with compile time exception. Now I need an exception handler for compile time exception. Same 500, same message. Okay, it's not started with same 500, same message, and your exception and the message and the error responses which we have logged above. This is the use of exception handler. Is it clear to everyone?
So that log.info that you did, that also has the location of the detailed exception trace, is it? Where the exception actually came from?
No.
Okay.
So that thing, definitely you can identify from the API which you're executing and getting, right? If you're getting exception from this one, yeah, you mean to say if these APIs are executed by any other this, in that case, right?
Yeah,
Any other
because
Microsoft.
this will be common code, right? Being handled in a lot of APIs.
In that case, I think we'll have to do something like, you're right, actually, in terms of microservice communication, inter-process communication, in that case, you'll need stack trace.
So this will give us the API where it came from.
Why it's giving error? Now, yeah, it will give entire, like from where it was thrown. Now let's say it has thrown this exception. I'm not getting the stack trace. This is not good. Stack trace array. Let's try this. We'll have to see like what can be done here. I mean, for your testing, it's good, but if you have inter-process communication, in that case, if you want to find the stack trace, right? Basically.
Yeah.
But we can see we just tried get stack trace. It's not returning anything. Let's try this out.
But I just wanted to know, like in the log, when we look at it, we need to know from which API this exception came. So that's the.
Yeah, I got your point. From that, okay, that way you can see wherever this exception is thrown and this message you are returning, you need to search this message. That way you'll be able to identify from which API. So it's coming from here. So which API is wrapping this service method, that you need to check. So it's the update API. That is one. That is one way, but I was thinking of another way. How about I print the stack trace also over here? If for some reason, if I want to, have the stack trace, but like it's not actually giving this, like I'm trying to print the stack trace. Let me just execute it again, because there is inter-process communication. I might require stack trace somewhere, right? Okay, let me do toString here. Execute. Execute. This we'll have to figure out how to print this. Like we'll have to slowly debug and see. This is returning stack trace element. So from stack trace element, get our stack trace. Get stack trace. We'll have to just try this out basically, it seems.
Yeah, sure, no worries.
But this is clear, right? At least you can get neat and clean response from your error message. You can identify from where it has been thrown without polluting your logs. Okay, so any further questions? Yeah, I can try error dot log. I mean log dot error. Let me try this. But I don't think this will make a change. Still, it is not printing
If
any
we do
static.
sys out of exception, then I think.
Yeah, that should work, I think. It seems resolver is not letting print that. You see? This exception only message is coming. Yeah, I mean, we'll have to figure this out. Like if we want a stack trace, I mean, if we want the stack trace, we'll not write the exception handler on the first end, right?
Yeah, no worries. Actually.
Okay, any further questions? Okay, let me try print stack trace. Yeah, print stack trace is the way. Guys, if you want print stack trace for logging, you can use this print stack trace. I mean, get stack trace is not the correct method. Yeah, thanks, Nalin. All right, so I think this is it for today. Let me see. Yeah, we have covered all the topics. Any doubt about any topic which you have learned today? Is everyone clear with all the topics you have learned today as part of Spring Boot Fundamentals course? If everyone is clear, recording will be shared by the Universe team, Betik. So what you need to do is you need to sit for the entire session tomorrow also. Once you're sit for the entire session, you can ask them, they'll confirm your sit for the entire session or at least 90% of it, and they'll give you. And if they don't, you can reach out to me on LinkedIn. I'll follow up to get you the recording. For tomorrow, we have Spring Boot advanced concepts. So we are going to dive deep into the AOP, implement our own cross-cutting concern management. We're going to build an audit system and logging system with AOP. Hibernate, we're going to learn mappings, Spring Security, Spring Cloud modules. In Spring Cloud modules, we're going to learn externalizing configuration by using config server and config client. And in Spring Security, form-based authentication and authorization and encryption. Sashank, their mail ID is the mail ID from which you received the link to join today's session. Isaac, if you want to debug the application, you just need to add the normal debug points and run the application as debug mode, and you can debug it. Or you can do the way I do, like use DevTools, add sysouts and debug it. The way the application is running, in that way only. Two ways. Either you can do normal Java kind of a debugging, monitor variables and everything step by step and do it. Mahesh, slides are for the teaching purpose. Nobody is going to get slides or the curriculum. You'll be getting the recording, and you can refer the recording for revising. And you have also got the code links. Tanmay, assignments, no, this is more of a training session to make you industry ready. Your assignments will be now your industry jobs or your projects in office, or you can build your own project the way I did. I built a COVID tracker in 2019. So similarly, you can pick a use case, use your skills, solve a problem, help the community, help the people with your technical skills. All right, guys, I think we are good for today. Thank you, folks.